in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you very much, Doc.
What are you doing?
Coming up, the ceremonial for six this evening is Miss Ginger Soulless.
Well, we're back at Alumni Field, but before first pitch antics get underway, we're going to head down to the sideline reporter, Andrew Hillsman. Andrew, what you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Well, one of the hardest things about summer ball for all these players, coming together as a new team at the start of the summer and learning each other's tendencies. I talked to SwampBats catcher TJ Schuyler. Oh, that's never happened. Anyway, we'll work right through it. I talked to catcher TJ Schuyler right before the game. He said that that's one of the hardest parts, learning a new pitcher, and they'll have a new pitcher on the mound. It's going to be Mikey Fernandez, a left-hander from the University of Miami. So we'll see how those two get along in tonight's game, guys.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So I'm Ryan Fitzpatrick here with Rocco Pellegrino. And Rocco, how are we feeling on this hot one?
Feeling hot, that's for sure. However, staying hydrated, feeling great. Players getting ready, staying hydrated as well.
Oh, yeah.
Vermont, fresh off a loss in the final of 3 games in the homestand throughout the weekend. 12-4 loss to Valley. However, it was a 3-3 game going into the 7th. Things just unraveled there. They also stole 9 bags. So there's some positives trying to get back to it here in Keene against the top team in the league.
That's right, and both these teams did meet earlier last week. Now, that was an interesting one because we saw a very great pitcher's duel until the late innings, and Nick Romano with the grand slam as he's back in the lineup for the SwampBats.
Yeah, of course, Nick Romano, the story in that one, the 8th inning go-ahead grand slam with the bases loaded. And Keene, it looked like for a second there, their 7-game win streak might fall, and then right in the 8th inning it turned to 8-1. So it just goes to show you the resilience of this SwampBats team. They've displayed it all season long, following into a 12-2 record, now still atop the North, still atop the NECBL. A battle with Bristol earlier this week, came out on top. And the best team in the NECBL right now for a reason.
That's right, and Michael Fernandez out of the College of Miami, Florida, heading into his sophomore year. He has been an elite arm for them, and he's having his first start for the SwampBats in this one, as Gates sets to stand in to lead off for the Vermont Mountaineers. Now, a big reason for the SwampBats' success has really been this pitching core. They have the best ERA in the NECBL. First pitch to Gates is swung on and missed, and we're right underway. First pitch at 6:31 p.m. It's still hot out, Rocco. That sun is still blaring.
It's also an early first pitch.
That's right. We were starting to get underway. It was 6:35 scheduled start, and this one did start a little early. They were excited to get out there. Maybe, you know, not want to sit in the heat before it got started, you know?
Yeah, the forecast, 89 degrees right now is what we're clocking in at. It feels that way.
Fernandez ahead 0-2. Struck him out. Mike Fernandez starting his outing with a K.
And that's a tough out, and Sam Gates, and he gets the leadoff batter down. Now we'll see Addison Ainsworth, who moves up in the lineup after a late substitution here. Jalen Hernandez out of the lineup, last-minute injury change, and now Ainsworth in the 2 spots, the DH.
Well, Ainsworth was originally supposed to get the start, but he was down at the 5-hole. But right after the late scratch of Hernandez, he's up at the 2-hole, still being the designated hitter in this one, as the lefty-on-lefty matchup is continuing. Fernandez sets the first pitch, is driven foul. A little duck action over at the first base coaching spot.
Yeah, and Ainsworth joining the team late from Army. He's reached aboard safely in all 4 games he's appeared in thus far.
Fernandez has that fastball hot early, sitting at 91. The 0-1 is taken high. That'll even the count.
Fernandez, first time on the mound for the SwampBats. Home crowd in his favor.
The players really do come out and say that the crowd here really helps them at Alumni Field. It's one of the bigger gatherings that you see out of the NECBL. It's a lot about community here in Keene, New Hampshire.
Yeah, if you look at the attendance across the league, Keene is towards the top right now by season average. So they're currently averaging 1,600 fans per game, 3rd best.
Fastball misses high, and just like that, Fernandez behind 3-1. Fernandez, 16 innings of work in this 2025 season with Miami. He walked 13 batters in those 16 innings. As the ball 4 is taken there, and that'll be his first walk and the first base runner in this one.
Patient approach from Ainsworth. Of course, Fernandez still trying to get settled in a little bit. First time seeing live in-game pitching action in a while. So you got to keep an eye on the command, keep an eye on the control, try to get first pitch strikes, get ahead in counts.
Especially after Gates striking out on 3 pitches. It was a great job by Ainsworth to work that walk. As that brings up Daniel, the center fielder, as he takes that first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1.
Of course, Vermont with a base runner here early. Ainsworth with some speed. They stole 9 bags last night. They lead the NECBL in stolen bags.
So, like I said, Daniel in the 3-hole, batting 4th. As the ball gets away, Skyler having trouble corralling it, and the runner advances to second.
There's already movement on the base path, so it wasn't necessarily a steal attempt on the delivery. Kind of advanced once you saw that ball bounced in the dirt.
So runner in scoring position early in the first inning here.
Scored a wild pitch.
Skyler just could not come up with it. He had trouble finding it as well. It didn't roll away too quickly, but a great read over by Ainsworth to get over to second.
Dirt ball read.
That's what it's all about. Fernandez sets 2-1. Taken high for ball 3. So 2 straight 3-1 counts that Fernandez has worked into.
Yeah, it's just going to be keeping an eye on the command and control. His last outing live in game was June 1st with Miami. It's been 22 days now, 3 weeks since live in game action.
The pitch. Driven near to left field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Ainsworth rounding 3rd. He's going to head for home. The throw to the plate is in time. A fantastic throw by Michael O'Brien in left field to cut down the runner at the plate. There's 2 gone.
Huge play in left from O'Brien, reading it well off the bat of Daniel, got to it quickly, and then delivered a dart to home plate. Ainsworth runs pretty well, hustling around 3rd there. Just got nabbed at the plate. A good tag from Skyler at home as he tried to get the swim move around him, wasn't successful.
Outfield assists are key, especially this early into the game, minimizing the runners on base, and that time the runners from scoring.
Daniel gets the second in the scoring position, so a positive there for Vermont, but of course 2 gone in the inning and close to a 1-0 lead, but now come up to Joey Pagano.
Lefty on lefty once again. First pitch to Pagano, swung on a miss for strike 1. There's the curveball there coming out of the hand of Fernandez.
Pagano from St. Joe's, inserted in the last night's game as a pinch hitter, went 0 for 3. But he has been swinging the bat pretty well recently, making good contact.
Fastball off the plate for ball 1.
And already seeing some chaos on the base paths here in the first. Runner thrown out at home. Of course, Ainsworth advancing to second. It's going to become something to keep an eye on all game long.
Daniel leads off a second. The 1-1 pitch. In there for strike 2. Pagano in the game against the SwampBats last week had 2 hits in his 4 at-bats. Also scored a run in that. Behind the count here to Fernandez. The 1-2 pitch. Inside. That'll even the count at 2.
Close take from Pagano with 2 strikes, but able to lay off. Barely missed on the upper inside corner.
Daniel takes his lead off a second. There's 2 outs here, 2-2 count. Fernandez sets the pitch. Breaking ball off the outside corner, and that'll run the count full.
Another patient approach from Pagano. It's the expected approach tonight for all Vermont hitters. Early on here in this game against Fernandez, get the pitch count up, see it out of his hand the first time through, get aggressive the second time through.
Full count. The pitch is fouled away.
Challenged him with the fastball.
Did a great job there, not getting the pitch he wanted. It was off the outside corner, but did a great job of fouling it off. It was too close to take.
Yeah, got to swing at it.
Robert Strempek calling the strikes behind the plate. Once again, Fernandez sets the payoff pitch. Off the outside corner for ball 4. So 2 runners will be on here with 2 out.
2 walks in the first for Vermont, and of course, Fernandez, first time pitching live in game in 3 weeks. So you just got to get that command and control down. It's probably going to take a couple hitters, and it's probably going to take an inning or 2. So you just got to continue to be patient if you're Vermont. It should eventually work out in your favor. It has so far.
It'll be Skyler catching Fernandez behind the plate, as you heard from Andrew Hillsman, our sideline reporter. It's very interesting in the NECBL to catch a new pitcher coming in late like this, catching guys you never caught before. First pitch is in there for a strike to Rogan.
Rogan, late addition into the lineup. He was inserted in technically for Jalen Hernandez over at first. Moved into the 5 spot for Rogan. 6'6" first baseman.
Nothing like getting that last call. As he drives one into right field, that's going to drop for a base hit. Rounding third is Daniel. The throw will be cut off at the plate. No, it won't be, but it'll be not in time, and the run scores. The Mountaineers with an early lead. It's 1-0.
Well, how about that for Charlie Rogan? Find out you're getting the start about 10 minutes before first pitch and come out swinging in the first. RBI line drive into right field. Scores Conlon Daniel from second, exactly what Vermont needed in a game like this on the road against the top team in the NECBL. Strike first, strike often, get on base with walks, steal bases. That's the recipe. It's working in the first.
So Fernandez still struggling here to get on track in the NECBL in his first start in the first inning. Only 1 runner scored, however, still with only 2 away. Pitch taken on the inside corner for strike 1. As Smith steps in, he's playing third base for the Mountaineers today.
You might see him at some point become a 2-way guy. It might not be tonight. It may be later on in the week, but however, Vermont dealing with some loss of the pitching staff, he could throw.
As he fouls that one back. He's behind in the count, 0-2.
It was a great conversation on the bus. Coach Kevin Smith for the Vermont Mountaineers, the head coach, asked him, can you pitch? Like, ego aside, can you throw? And he goes, Coach, the problem would be I throw too many strikes. Great answer.
Great answer. He had 1 at bat against the SwampBats last time, went 0 for 1. As he takes that one off the corner for the first ball. He did have a walk in one of his plate appearances against the SwampBats last week. Fernandez still ahead in the count. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed, strike 3. So Fernandez works out of some trouble, but a run scores. We're heading to the bottom of the first. It's 1-0 Mountaineers.
There he goes. On a second. Got him. One that's gone. 2-run shot for the whistle. This young man has the payoff is crushed.
turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the drummer, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. Yeah, it's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Back at Alumni Field, where the Vermont Mountaineers lead the SwampBats 1-0, and on the mound for the Mountaineers is, hope all you wine lovers are listening, Savignon on the mound for the Mountaineers.
Yeah, Jordan Savignon making his 5th appearance this season. He's made one other start, went pretty well at Bristol, went 3 innings, allowed 1 earned run. It was the only earned run he's allowed this season. Allowed 4 hits in that outing. Outside of that, there's 3 other appearances he's made. No hits allowed, no runs allowed. He's totaled 6 strikeouts thus far. He's been probably the best starter Vermont has had this season, and he's made 4 appearances. Here's number 5.
That's right, he's made 4 appearances, but only 1 start this season so far. This will be his 2nd, and I wonder what that adjustment really could be, coming from the bullpen and making that adjustment, trying to get the longevity as being a starting pitcher.
Yeah, it's really an adjustment a lot of these guys are getting used to, and some of the bullpen guys that were used to that role in their collegiate seasons are now moved into starting roles. They've gotten a start or 2. Savignon's now kind of become adjusted into this hybrid role, and he's been used to it throughout the course of his first couple of seasons in college, and recently now announcing he's transferring to Rutgers. So he's going to be a Scarlet Knight this upcoming season, transferring from FDU.
And catching him behind the plate will be Kozar. Over at third base is O'Connor. Over at third base is actually Smith, and Sheeler will be catching him. Hernandez got the late scratch, so at first base will be Rogan. At second, Apple. Shrek at short. Smith at third. Pagano over on left. Daniel in center, and Gates in right.
For Savignon, he's probably going to work in the low 90s area with the fastball, probably 88, 89 consistently sitting there.
It'll be Dylan Cupp leading off for the SwampBats. He's still looking to break out for the SwampBats here. Coming in late, playing shortstop a lot for the SwampBats. And this one, he'll be playing short as well. First pitch to him. On the low and inside corner for strike 1.
Savignon, his last outing was against Sanford on June 18th. Last week on Wednesday, pitched 1 inning. No hits, no runs.
As he fires that one in for strike 2. So quickly, Savignon ahead in the count to Cup.
He loves the breaking ball, gets a lot of strikeouts with it. Went with it there, got 0-2.
The 0-2 pitch. Off the outside corner, tried to backdoor him there, but it doesn't get the call. Count moves to 1-2.
Something that Savignon talked about, he said one of his recent adjustments was like pitching backwards. He described it as thinking about what the hitter is thinking,
right,
and then going from there versus what he's thinking, trying to attack the hitter.
He's still ahead. The 1-2 goes with the fastball there that misses outside, and that'll even the count. Savignon has a fastball, slider, curveball dynamic. So you'll see him, he tried to backdoor him with the slider a couple pitches ago. See what he goes to now with the even count. That's the pitch he likes. Comes set the 2-2. Foul away.
Competitive at bat for Cup to lead things off. But you want your leadoff guy. You see a lot of pitches in the first AB.
Another thing about Savignon is he has that fastball, but it has some cutting action.
It does.
Goes at 83 to 88 miles per hour.
He'll probably top in the 90, 91 range on a good day. Sits around 88, 87.
The 2-2. Just a bit outside as that one goes to the backstop. You could run the count full.
You could see him immediately just looked at his hand and then wiped it off on his pants. And I mean, you got to assume the sweat tonight is going to play a factor. It's just going to be really hot all the way through. You've got to keep that hot hand dry. You got to keep the ball dry. Just got to stay adjusted to it.
Got that one up at 89 miles per hour, but he just missed. See what he goes to here. The 3-2 pitch. off the outside corner for ball 4. So a leadoff base runner for the SwampBats.
It's a great at-bat for Cup to lead things off. I mean, he went down 0-2 pretty quickly, then fouled a pitch off, took consecutive pitches for balls, and then laid off there on the 2-strike count. Leadoff walk.
He had plenty of time to sit back on that one. That one's 76 miles per hour. Sat back on it. The umpire says it misses outside. Starting lineup for the SwampBats. Dylan Cup leading off with the walk. Jack Herring, Xavier Perez, Michael O'Brien, and then Nick Romano, Marshall Lipsy, Ripken Reese, Skyler, and Bell. The first pitch to Herring is in there for a called strike.
He's gotten ahead of the first 2 hitters. Leadoff walk from Cup after he was able to battle down in the count.
Lots of smart takes. That one's fouled away and out of play. Just like that, another 0-2 count for Savignon.
He just gets ahead in a lot of counts. You never see him really dealing with a lot of traffic on the base path, so it'll be interesting to see if Keene's able to threaten and get him into a spot where he hasn't pitched out of a lot this year.
Savignon's still ahead. Cup leads off at first, the 0-2. Takes that one up and out of the zone, 1-2. SwampBats last game. Cup still trying to make an effort. As he fouls that one up to the first base side, heading over to it, making the grab in foul territory is Rogan for the first out.
Good read from Rogan, of course. Not used to playing here at Alumni Field. He is the road team with the Mountaineers tonight, so not totally accustomed to how much space you have over there in foul territory. Of course, you're getting used to the footing as well, as there been some rain in the area throughout the whole last week, and he looked pretty comfortable reading that one. Got under it quickly and made a nice catch.
Had to evacuate over there. Our sideline reporter, Andrew Hillsman, immediately getting up, bringing the chair with him, and Rogan had plenty of space. But here comes the man himself, Xavier Perez, who's 6 for 10 in his first few games with the SwampBats. As that one's on the low and outside corner for strike 1.
What you said about Andrew moving, you ever seen that clip of Shaq running over towards the sideline trying to get a ball back in bounds and all the crowd just disperses? Kind of Charlie Rogan, 6'6" first baseman. I don't blame him. I'd do it too.
Not a guy you really want to be forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Cup leads off at first. Swung on and missed by Xavier. He's behind 0-2. 3 straight 0-2 counts now.
He's just getting ahead early. Delivering in first pitch strikes to the guys that just took them. And then now a couple swings and misses to Perez, who's going to be aggressive, and I think he knows that. 6 for 10, you're looking to hunt early in counts, and he's attacked him early with a breaking ball there.
And Perez has been an RBI double machine in his first few games with the SwampBats. Runners get on in front of him. He's been driving them home. He's behind 0-2. As that breaking ball misses for the first ball.
Feels like I've watched this at-bat already.
Yeah. All 3 at-bats for the SwampBats have run 1 and 2 early on. Savignon's getting ahead 0-2, but he's been just missing. He's too easy of takes though so far with his 0-2 pitches. He's got to have closer misses.
Closer, yeah.
As Perez lifts that one into shallow right field, moving in on it. And foul ground is Rogan once again making the catch by first base, and that'll be the second out.
Once again, I feel like I've seen that bat before. Charlie Rogan just making the nice read on it. I feel like that ball was kind of moving on him. He was shifting back and forth, and it was starting in foul territory, slowly shifted its way back into fair territory. Good read.
Yeah, Rogan making the first 2 outs for the Mountaineers, as that'll bring up Michael O'Brien, who was very hot a couple weeks ago, and since he made his new commitment, he's been red hot. He had his batting average up over 400 just a few games ago. Now at 333 for his first 12 games with the SwampBats. First pitch to him, a swung on and missed for strike 1.
So something to keep an eye on here. When left-handed hitters are up here at Alumni Field, because of the way the dimensions are played, in center field, Joey Pagano is going to shift over from left. So Conlon Daniel now is going to cover more ground because he's got more range. So he's shifting over to left, trying to take away more opposite field flares against the left-handed hitters.
As that pitch was taken off the corner, and that'll even the count at 1. Yeah, very interesting there. You don't see a lot of fielders trade places. I mean, we saw it with the shift before the rule was implemented, third baseman, shortstop, but in the outfield, you don't see that a lot.
Yeah, and it's just kind of the quirk of the park. You're going to play to the strengths of your players. That's what Cody Dennis, Kevin Smith, and Cameron Hartstein are going to do.
As that pitch misses, and for the first time, we saw Savignon now get it behind in the count.
Right. So it'll be interesting. Nick Romano, if he gets to the plate, there are 2 outs. He's a switch hitter, so you assume he hits righty.
Right.
We'll try to see. Conlon Daniel on left will shift back over to center.
Yeah.
So we'll watch if he gets up to the plate.
Has to get by Michael O'Brien first as he fouls that one back. Nick Romano tried to make a play over in the on-deck circle, but couldn't handle it cleanly. So another 2-strike count now for the SwampBats. Dylan Cupp takes his lead off of first base. Savignon sets. The 2-2 pitch. Driven up the middle, and that's going to get through for a base hit. Cupp will hold up at second base. It'll be another 2-out, 2-on for the SwampBats.
So now Nick Romano's coming up, and you can see Conlon Daniel in left field is running back and switching places with Joey Pagano.
I mean, that's a trip right there. I mean,
It's
even though it's a shallow center field, you gotta go all the way out there.
So you can see there's Joey Pagano on your screen. He's moving back over to left field. And he is the actual left fielder tonight, and it's because there's a left-hander up. Conlon Daniel is moving back over to right center field. He covers more ground. So the logic is because center field is so shallow, 352 to dead center, he's going to cover the area where there's more opposite field flares against lefties, against righties. He's going to do the same by going back to center.
Left center is pretty deep as well. Right center, that's a weird dimension with how shallow it is. First pitch to Romano is on the outside corner, strike 1.
But of course, Nick Romano, the man of the hour on June 15th, that's Sunday against Vermont. Go-ahead grand slam in the 8th. I believe it went 384 over the right field fence.
Cup off first, O'Brien off of first base, Cup off of second as that one misses for ball 1.
Good approaches so far from Keene. Of course, a couple guys fell down early 0-2, and then Culp was able to battle back. O'Brien able to put one into play when he got ahead, the lone hitter to get ahead in the count.
Right. Swung on and missed for strike 2, and once again, another 2-strike count for all 5 hitters that have been up to the plate.
Let's go, babe. Let's go. 2-1. Do a job, huh?
See what he goes to here. He's been trying both his off speed and the fastball, trying to get these guys with 2 strikes. Just hasn't been able to convert yet.
Cup off a second, O'Brien off a first. 2 outs here. The 1-2. Dribbled over to the left side. Coming in on it is Smith. He bobbles it. Everyone will be safe. Just could not get a right handle on it. All he had to do was step on third base, but could not get a grasp of it, and everyone's safe. Bases loaded here with 2 out.
I think it might have hit the bag as well over at third. I mean, he came in to backhand it, and the ball just grounded right to it. Yeah, it hit the base. And he went down to reach for it, hit off of it, deflected in front of him like a backboard. It's just unfortunate for Smith, but yeah, that works.
Yeah, I mean, some way to avoid that is if you had, if you knew the bag was right there, maybe charge it a little more heavier. That time he waited on his back foot and tried to pick it, but could not get a clean play as it bounced off the bag. So some help of the bases for the SwampBats, as they have the bases loaded here for Marshall Lipsy. First pitch to him on the inside corner for strike 1.
It was ruled an error.
Interesting. I mean, yes, there is ways to avoid that, like I said, but I mean, that's
normally hitting the base. I thought was normally a hit, but
yeah. See how that plays out. Bases are still loaded. Breaking ball in there for a called strike, and another 2-strike count here for Savignon.
It's like clockwork, right?
Yeah.
Just hasn't been able to get a strikeout yet. Gotten into 2-strike counts against all 5.
A couple pop-outs to first base has helped him into foul territory as well.
Right.
The left-handed hitter is set. Savignon with the 0-2. Driven in the air to deep right center field. Going back on it is Daniel at the track, at the wall. It's out of here! Grand salami for Marshall Lipsy. It's now a SwampBats game. It's 4-1.
We keep talking about the parallels between all the at-bats for Keene here in the first, and how about the parallel to their last win against Vermont? 1-0 was the score. Grand slam makes it 4-1. Of course, now it's in the first inning, and of course, it's not the same run total as that game on Sunday last week. But my, oh my, Keene, just grand slam after grand slam now against Vermont.
So a couple of grand slams for the SwampBats, making it a 4-1 ball game, but this time, like you said, in the first inning. Like, just like that. He got the off-speed pitch. He actually got the fastball that was formed of a cutter. He just turned on it, sending it to right center.
Yeah, 350 feet dead center pretty much. That's just, you know, the reality here of Alumni Field. 350 in Vermont, not going to clear. It's 419 to dead center.
Yeah.
Here, it's going to be a grand slam.
The 0-1 pitch. As Ripken Reese drills that one to left field, that's going to fall for a base hit. 4 straight hits for the SwampBats.
Just an incredible display of hitting here in this first. Just falling behind in 2 strikeouts, you would think, wow, it's not really a recipe for success, but the 2-strike approaches have just been so good. Of course, not that one on Ripken Reese attacking early in the count, but
first batter to not have 2 strikes on him.
Yeah.
As Ripken Reese waited back on that slider from Savignon. Got on the outside part of the plate, did a great job of driving it the other way. That brings up the backstop for the SwampBats, and TJ Schuyler, he takes that first pitch in there for a called strike. Schuyler switching time a lot with Zach Thompson, the other catcher for the SwampBats. That one's taken in the strike zone for another one, and it's 0-2. Ripken Reese leads off of first. The 0-2 pitch. Dribbled foul. TJ Schuyler able to stay in the at-bat.
Gotta be a little frustrating for Savignon, of course. Another 2-strike count. I feel like we just keep saying it, but hasn't been able to get that first strikeout. I feel like it would do a lot for his confidence, of course, after the grand slam. Got to start building that confidence back, keep the control, keep the command, keep the composure.
Schuyler asks for time, gets it. Still behind. As Savignon looking for his first strikeout to get out of this inning. The 0-2, struck him out. No throw will be made to first base. Looks like Schuyler thought it was a drop third strike, but doesn't get it, and that'll end the inning. So, a grand slam by Marshall Lipsy gets the SwampBats out 4-1. We'll head to the top of the second.
Hey fans, Keene Pride performers are going to be coming around with some shirts. Make some noise!
And we have the first. And what you think of the evening? The SwampBats holding Kingsfield. From Fraser side, the Celtic Keene, and we all have been for 75 years, carrying quality furniture for everyone in your home. Lucky ticket number 365 8050. 365 8050. Bring that to the swamp shop and get your swamp back.
Can you grab another shovel quick?
365 8050.
Back at Alumni Field, where we've seen a back-and-forth contest so far as the Mountaineers went out to an early lead, but the SwampBats responded with their own grand slam.
Yeah, it just feels like the story of these 2 teams' season so far in terms of Vermont. You just look back to last night. They get ahead 2-0 against Valley. There's been a couple of games where they scored first, had leads late in the game. Of course, this time it's early again. just weren't able to hold the lead. Grand slam for Keene, same thing that they were able to do against Vermont for their first one against the Mountaineers in Montpelier. And Keene, the whole year long, has just been a team that battles from behind. Doesn't really matter how many runs they're down. It always feels like they're in it. And showing why in just the first inning. Didn't take long to grab that lead right back.
Fernandez back on the bump for the SwampBats. He suffered an early run, and almost 2 runs actually, as after some hard contact was made against him back in the first inning. He had a nice throw by Michael O'Brien, cutting down a runner at the plate, keeping it a 1-run ball game.
Yeah, I mean, good job for Fernandez working out of some trouble. Of course, got the outfield assist, like you just said, for Michael O'Brien. It was a great throw, and it was a tough read for Cameron Arnstein over there at third base, and for Ainsworth, who was getting the signal to come home. Ainsworth with some decent speed, just wasn't able to beat the throw and the tag. And it's a beautiful tag from Skyler at home plate.
He did try to slide around that. I almost thought he did.
Yeah, it was close.
But Foster Apple will step in and lead off for the Mountaineers here in the second inning as they trail 4-1. First pitch to him is driven in the air to shallow right field into no man's land, but actually Herring will settle under it, no problem, for the first out.
Yeah, and for Foster Apple, he's been a little bit more conservative, and he's been taking more pitches at the plate, and that's resulted in a couple of better at-bats, but now tonight swinging away at the first pitch, popped it up into right. You know, we'll see if he looks the next time up, be a little bit more conservative, but he was inserted into the game as a pinch hitter last night, and it was 0 for 2 with a walk. It was very, very patient.
First pitch to Streck on the outside corner for strike 1. And, you know, you mentioned the substitutions that the Vermont Mountaineers make. A lot of adjustments by Coach Smith on their side. Does that help them, you think?
I think it definitely helps in terms of just getting everybody involved, getting all the guys playing time. You know, it helps with the morale for sure with summer ball. You know, you want to get all these guys reps. They're all looking to do things on the field for different reasons, whether that be if they're in the portal, trying to get reps, trying to build a resume for themselves, or, of course, if you're just out there for more reps to go back to school next year and feel more comfortable. It just kind of depends on the situation, but I think it's just getting everybody more involved, keeping everybody active. You don't want guys to sit for too long.
Spreading the love.
Yeah.
The 1-2 struck him out as Skyler corrals it, throws on over to first, and that'll be the second out.
So Fernandez, it looks like might have only taken 1 inning for him to get the command and control down as he gets the first pitch pop out to Apple and then able to strike out Shrek. It's a little bit of a tongue twister. Third of the night, though, for Fernandez after he struck out Gates to start the game, got Smith to end the first. Now Streck here in the second.
The Mountaineers backstop will step in. Here's Sheeler.
Got 2 catchers wearing 25 tonight.
Nothing like that, right?
Yeah.
As Sheeler hails from Gardner-Webb University. He'll have a future teammate on the opposing dugout, and it's Thompson, who's committed to Gardner-Webb. His first pitch is swung on and missed.
So Bennett Sheeler, he's a sports management major, so he's getting some internship credits for helping out with some field stuff, helping out with management stuff behind the scenes. And his midterm evaluation is due tonight at midnight. So on the bus ride over today, he was asking Coach Smith for his midterm evaluation. He gave him a 4 out of 5 overall.
Okay.
So he's got room for improvement, which was the goal there. So in the final, he's hoping for 5 out of 5.
Nothing like waiting until last minute.
Yeah.
You know. College guys.
Hey, man, I've been there.
Me too, trust me. As Fernandez is ahead in the count to him, though, 1-2. Fernandez does seem like he has a strikeout stuff early so far. Through the first 8 batters, has 3 strikeouts. Looks like that hit the batter, and it does. So that'll send Sheeler over to first base here with 2 away.
It's kind of a delayed anti-climactic hit by pitch. He just didn't react all that much, but then, turned over, tossed the elbow guard, earns first base the hard way, 2-out base runner.
Also, home plate umpire Robert Stremtek also didn't signal any dead ball or anything,
really.
So it was an interesting thing there. And Skyler didn't catch him. He's a great catcher behind the plate, so I was wondering why he got by, but it was a hit by pitch. So lineup will turn over for Gates now. He struck out on 3 pitches his first at bat. He drives that one to deep center field. Heading back on it is Lipsy, just shy of the warning track, and makes the catch, and that will retire the side. So no runs on no hits. 1 left stranded. We're headed to the bottom of the second. The SwampBats lead 4-1.
At M&T Bank, we believe in the power of together. Together, we can help your business grow. Together, we can move communities forward while giving back. Together, we can help your family spend more time on what matters most. And together, we can achieve more than ever before.
Back at the Swamp, where the SwampBats lead the Vermont Mountaineers 4-1 here in the bottom of the second. As Savignon will return to the hill, facing the 9-hitter for the SwampBats.
Yeah, and for Savignon, you just got to have that approach of, look, you gave up the grand slam. You got to think of it like, listen, it wasn't the hardest hit ball. It wasn't 350 feet, and you're thinking, all right, we're playing at home. It's not a homer. You would have been out of the inning. You just have to have that approach, and you have to continue to pitch with confidence, continue to get ahead early in counts like he has been able to do. He was able to get the last batter there and Skyler to end the inning with a strikeout. If you keep at 2 strike counts, eventually he's probably going to get some punch outs. He's probably going to start to work a little bit more smoother, but of course Keene, such a good offense, such a good team, it's not a lock.
Right. He had a left-handed hitter facing him. Lefty-on-lefty matchup usually pays off for him, but with that lefty-lefty matchup, he goes to that fastball 58% of the time, as it shows here, and he's done a great job of commanding that fastball as well, but that time it caught too much of the plate, and Lipsy was able to take advantage. Leading off for the SwampBats, here's Bell. Bell went 1 for 2 his last game, as the first pitch to him is low for ball 1. Bell was able to work a walk his last time as well. SwampBats only left 4 runners on base in their last one against Bristol Blues. That one's taken off the outside corner. Looks like Savignon didn't like that call. However, it did miss, and it's 2-0.
And he's got 4 straight righties here in Bell, Cup, Herring, who's the switch hitter, and Perez. So Colin, Daniel, and Pagano going to get some time off switching back and forth.
The 2-0 is missed low in the dirt. That'll be a 3-0 count now. So we saw a lot of 2 strike counts early on back in the first for him, but this time 3 straight balls to the leadoff hitter. What does he go to here after missing with the fastball? The 3-0. On the outside corner for the first strike.
I think that gets in the pitcher's head, though, knowing the dimensions of this park. Like, do you think you press a little bit more?
100%.
Yeah.
And especially against left-handed hitters where you know they have that. I mean, right field pole is the deepest part of the yard, but that right center, when a hitter times something up, you know that might be leaving. As the 3-1 is on the outside corner as well, and that'll run the count full. So definitely, you want to be a lot more, I don't want to say passive on the mound, because you still want to attack that strike zone, get ahead of hitters, as he has been so far back in the first inning. But you definitely, it's on your mind for sure.
Yeah.
As a full count here to Bell. The 3-2. Struck him out. Got him with the fastball for the first out.
So I'm sure he's thinking, all right, not back-to-back strikeouts in the inning, but back-to-back in terms of the end of the first and now the start of the second. He's thinking, all right, there we go. Get into a rhythm here. 2 punch-outs back-to-back. Starting to get those strikeouts where it felt like it was kind of due. Now he gets the top of the order that just kept staying alive for Keene. Second time through.
That'll bring up Dylan Cupp, who also worked a full count just like Bell did, except he worked a walk his last time. Cupp also obviously came around and scored later on in that inning. The grand slam. First pitch to him is swung on a miss for the first strike.
What is a 2 right center? Is there a dimension out there? I don't see a sign.
Obviously, center field is 352, which is not your average.
Of course.
And as you mentioned, the Vermont Mountaineers ballpark, it's 420. So, I mean, it's at least 340.
Yeah, you're going to see some leave.
Yeah, those trees did not help the dimensions of this ballpark at all. Nothing like being an outfielder when you usually think that ball off the bat is a good read, but before you know it, that fence is in your face.
Yeah. I love that, though. I mean, I've always talked about how I love the little quirks and ins and outs of each park, and that includes the dimensions.
As that 1-1 is swung on a miss for the second strike. Bell was behind in the count his last at-bat, but his last plate appearance, but was able to work it back to a full count. Savignon go back to the breaking ball. He doesn't, as that fastball is dribbling over to third. Coming in on it is Smith. Gloves it. Not in time, throw over to first base. It goes away, and it's going to roll just shy of out of the play mark, and it won't go. And Cup will go to second base easily. So it's a runner in scoring position here with one away for the SwampBats.
Yeah, I think that's one if you're Smith. It's a slow roller. You're charging, playing pretty deep into the infield dirt. Probably a tough one, even with a good throw. It looks like leadoff batter Cup is going to beat that out. He's got good speed, the shortstop. Probably just hold that. Don't risk the throw. As you see, he's down the line, and it looks like he's pretty much past first base by the time the throw arrived. And now he gets the extra bag in a scoring position on the throw. Of course, it's a tough read in live action like that. We have the ability to look back at it on the replay, but just a tough one there for Smith on the throwing error.
On the replay, it also showed that Smith short-armed it. He didn't come set fully, was able to supply power behind the throw, as that one got away from him. Nearly went out of play too, but that only would have been one base advancement, so regardless, Cup would have been at second base easily.
Yeah, and it's a single either way, and then the throwing error gets him a second. So second error of the night now charged to Smith.
I mean, the first one was definitely debatable, but stats don't lie. Is that one a bit of a cross-up behind the plate with Sheeler, but is able to keep that one in front of him. That'll even the count at 1. Herring popped out into foul territory his last time down the first base side. Runner in scoring position opportunity for the SwampBats. The 1-1. Fastball taken high. Savignon behind in the count.
It was changed to a single, so it's no longer an error on Braden Smith. The Nick Romano's single in the first.
Yes, the one that
hits.
Off,
yes.
Yeah, hit the bag. That's not a play that's in your imaginary, in your sights as a third baseman or any infielder, but that one's driven foul. On deck is Perez, who also popped out in foul territory his last time.
Another 2-strike count.
2-strike count, that's right. He's been able to attack the strike zone, but like we said earlier, just let one get away. Cup leads off of second base, the 2-2. Taken high and out of the zone. That'll run the count full.
Now the top 3 in the lineup have each seen 2 plate appearances, and they've had 2-strike counts, all 3 of them each time up.
So another full count for Savignon. What does he do here? The 3-2. Foul back. Some great at-bats being put up so far by the SwampBats and running that pitch count up for Savignon.
Yeah, he just attacked the middle. Tried to get higher velocity pitch in there, and able to foul it off was Jack Herring.
Savignon sets. Another playoff pitch. Runner goes. And that'll be dribbled foul. A couple have to retreat back to second.
Talk about working the pitch count up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now getting really up there. Throwing 33 strikes, 16 balls. So this will be his 50th pitch. Cup leads off a second. Will he run again? Still only 1 out here in the second inning. 3-2 is fouled away. So after 50 pitches, Savignon is only in an inning and a third into the ballgame.
8 pitch at bat thus far. Next will be number 9.
Herring making him work. As Savignon steps off, he'll take another second to think about how to put Herring away. And that's frustrating as a pitcher. Putting pitches on the corners and just getting fouled off. You know you're making those pitches, but Herring being very pesky. Here comes another payoff as that one's fouled away. Doing a great job here, just fouling off these close pitches.
Yeah, I mean, they're making him work, and they're making him earn every strikeout. It's just been remarkable these first 2 innings. Just they get down 0-2, they get down 1-2. Just a few guys have gotten ahead, but just continuing to battle.
So went back with the breaking ball on the previous pitch. What we do here, pops that one up into foul territory. That'll go out of play. Into the bullpen, however. Aiden Decker-Petty with the grab over in the bullpen. So Herring looking for a 10-plus pitch at bat here. Another payoff. Struck him out. Savignon wins that battle against Herring here with 2 gone.
And he got it up to 88 that time, and you could see there was a little bit of anger in that pitch. That was the highest velocity pitch he's thrown thus far, and he just was not going to lose that battle after losing the last few. 3rd strikeout of the night for Savignon.
Perez is 0 for 1. Pop out, but now has a runner in scoring position for him. Perez has been able to really push the ball into the outfield, into the corners of the outfield so far. He's had great success with runners in scoring position in his first 10 at-bats. And that's what it's all about as a cleanup hitter. He started off as a cleanup hitter the first couple of games with the SwampBats, and that's what it's all about, getting runners on in front of him and letting that guy, that big bat, come in to get those runners home. As he drives that one to deep left field into the corner, that one is foul. Perez trying to push that one over the wall, but it goes just foul. That was a long home run, a long foul ball.
Yeah, and it was a pitch that was almost out of the zone in the lower 3rd. Half of it in the zone, half of it out, and he turned on it, 103 off the bat, but just early.
There's that fastball, once again, just hitters, and when you're facing a pitcher that sits in the mid-80s, you know, it enables you to really sit back and wait for your pitch.
And they're seeing it well.
The 1-1 to Perez. He's driven in the air to right field. Going back on it is Gates at the warning track. He settles under it and makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So once again, no runs. After 1 hit, 1 left on, it's 4-1 SwampBats. We're heading to the top of the 3rd.
Lucky kick time, ladies and gentlemen. Dunkin' Donuts gift basket.
Hey, handsome.
Lucky ticket number 365 58026.
SwampBat fans, we're introducing a new game tonight. It's called Toss to Ruby. We have 6 incredible contestants, and on the count of 3, when I say go, we're gonna see if we can get the ball closest to Ruby. 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, great toss! It's gonna be a close one. Oh! And we have our winner right next to Ruby's feet. Great job, you guys.
Great job, guys.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the lucky ticket number that I read to you was incorrect. Here's the actual lucky ticket number for the Dunkin' Donuts gift basket. 365-8026.
4-1 ball game here at Alumni Field as the SwampBats still lead the Vermont Mountaineers. After a very noisy first inning, we had a quiet second inning here.
Yeah, Quine's 2nd inning, and that includes a ball that almost left there to end the inning at 306 feet on the right center field. It sent Sam Gates all the way back to the warning track. Ball stayed in. Jordan Savignon gets out of his 2nd inning of work unscathed. Now Vermont, I mean, no lead is safe here, that's for sure. And
no.
Really, I think the recipe for success you're thinking normally is just, put the ball in play. I think you got to be thinking, all right, we got to get this ball in the air just because of you're down by 3 runs. Of course, it's early. There's plenty of time, but you just know this is going to be a battle of power between these 2 teams. You're probably going to see 1, maybe 2 or 3 more home runs in this game with the way that these 2 teams hit the ball in the air. We'll see what happens, but it just feels like a game where runs could break the scoreboard, I would say, at Alumni Field.
Yeah. I mean, mean, you asked me between innings, what's the highest amount of runs we've seen? Well, this season so far, we made a 15-run ball game with an 8-7 comeback win for the SwampBats. As the SwampBats still try to look to continue their undefeated streak at home so far in the 2025 season, as they have a lead early on here.
And of course, the season opening loss to Danbury on the road, and then rattled off 11 straight.
11 straight.
Yeah.
You know? First pitch to Ainsworth is driven to left center. Going back on his cup, he'll make the grab easily, and that'll be the first out.
Hit it right to him.
Yeah. All he had to do is range back just past the infield onto the outfield grass. Was able to make that grab easily for the first out, and Daniel will step in now. He hit a single his last time up that almost drove in a run.
Yeah. And for Keene, you know, not playing the shift there, just had their shortstop and cup play to the normal spot against the lefty and Ainsworth, and it worked out in their favor.
Daniel was able to get ahead in the count last time and takes that first pitch for a ball. A three-hitter who just committed to Cincinnati, looking to make a mark here in the NECBL.
Hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio, and originally from Wright State, so sticking close to home now and transferring to the Bearcats.
It's ahead to Fernandez, the 2-0. That one misses, 3-0 now.
It's been a little bit slower at the plate offensively. The start for Daniel. Defensively, he's been spectacular, covers so much range.
Right. As he works a 4-pitch walk there. Fernandez gave it to him easily, and the Mountaineers have a base runner.
And he's been getting a little bit hotter now at the plate. He was 2 for 3 last night. He reached reached 4 or 5 times up. Now he's reached his first 2 times tonight. Starting to find a little bit more confidence up there and working ahead in the count as he just did there.
With James Lordi getting loose over in the bullpen for the Keene SwampBats. As a pickoff attempt over to first, a great way to keep it in front of him is Xavier Perez. Holds the runner at first.
Yeah, and Colin Daniel, definitely a threat to steal, definitely a threat to run. And the team that stole 9 bags last night, they lead the NECBL with 55. I would expect Daniel's probably going to be off here, even against a lefty soon.
Aiden Decker-Petty also getting loose. The runner goes. This throw by Schuyler is not nearly in time as Daniel slides in safely.
There's number 1 of the night, and of course, it was kind of expected. Every time Daniel gets on first, he's going to go. It really doesn't matter if it's a lefty, if it's a righty, if he's got a quick delivery, if he's got a nice slide step. Daniel's one that Cody Dennis and company over there at first base, they're going to send him almost every time, and they felt good there. It's in the second. Stolen bag number 1 as the first one went down as a wild pitch for Ainsworth.
Here comes head coach Sean McKenna of the SwampBats. He's going to take a trip to the mound. Hasn't made a signal to the bullpen yet, so he might talk for a second with his new pitcher. Being a new player to the NECBL, when you enter a season late, you're still getting accustomed to not only your teammates, but your coaching staff as well. So the head coach making a trip instead of the pitching coach here for the SwampBats.
Yeah, I'm sure that, builds a little bit more of the relationship as well, confidence. Just kind of, send the main guy out there, the head coach, and Sean McKenna, whatever he's got to say, whatever he wants to instill confidence into his pitcher and Fernandez.
And pitching coach Stephen Banks was also in the bullpen during that trip by Sean McKenna.
Oh, there you go.
So he just made his way back by the dugout, as McKenna really just wants his guys to work, as Lordi and Aiden Decker-Petty are getting really loose now. They're starting to heat up in the bullpen for the SwampBats. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Runner leads off a second. The pitch is fouled away, and that'll even the count at 1.
Joey Pagano worked the walk his first time up in the first after an opener last night against Valley, but he has just been seeing the ball well.
Fernandez sets. Daniel off a second. The 1-1. Driven down the right field line, foul. Fernandez now ahead in the count.
He pulled it a tad early. Saw it well again. Just, haven't seen too many balls pulled down either line for both side-handed hitters for Vermont this year.
That one left the bat in a hurry, 81 miles per hour. However, he's behind in the count, 1-2. Fouled down the right side again. Little head out of play. Seen lots of foul balls in this one. Lots of hitters just staying aggressive, staying on the attack, and being pesky hitters.
Right. I mean, both starting pitchers have 3 strikeouts, and normally you would say, oh, I mean, that's kind of an average number for this portion of the game, but it just feels like it should be more, I feel like, for both guys in Sauvignon and Fernandez.
Fernandez sets the 1-2 in the dirt, and a good pickup by Skyler behind the plate, keeping that one in front of him.
Very good pickup.
Yeah. And it comes in a great time as with a runner on second with less than 2 outs. You do not want a wild pitch to advance that runner. It enables a lot of scoring opportunity. The 2-2. Fouled away as Skyler wasn't able to corral that one. Looks like he got a piece of him as well as he'll stay on his knees. He looks like he'll shake that one off. Skyler's gotten a lot of foul balls off of him so far this year. Seen a couple times here at Alumni Field where he's had to walk some foul balls off.
Yeah, it's a stinger.
Yeah.
Seen it go both ways with the home plate umpire now at Shrimpek, and there was a game a couple of nights ago for Vermont where the home plate umpire got nabbed by a foul ball, and catcher did him the favor of walking the pitch back down, the ball back down to the starting pitcher.
Right.
Turn the favor.
Return the favor.
Yeah.
Walks it back up to Fernandez on the mound. Skyler shakes it off. As he tried to corral that one, if he caught it, it would have been strike 3, however.
Yeah.
Was unable to, might have hit him in the wrist or forearm. Daniel leads off a second with 1 away. The 2-2. Driven in the air to center field, going back on his Lipsy at the track. He can't make the grab, it'll go to the wall. Daniel around third. He will score. The throw will be cut off in the outfield. No throw will be made. It's a stand-up RBI double. It's 4-2 now.
Felt like Joey Pagano was due. 0 for 3 last night. Got a walk here in the first and just teed that one up into center. And pretty much to one of the deepest parts of the park, 352 dead center, ranging out there, and really no chance of a play for the center fielder, Lipsy or O'Brien in left. Made a nice diving attempt at it. Daniel made the smart heads-up play at second to be close to the bag in case it was caught. And he's got enough speed where he's going to score easily when that drops, and that's exactly what happened. Perfect piece of hitting, got the lead to 2.
Yeah, that's some good base running there. That should not go by the wayside. You see someone like Lipsy with his speed running after a ball. You want to stay back, try not to get doubled off, and maybe tag. As that one's driven to left center field, that's going to fall for a base hit. Rounding third is Pagano. He will score easily. O'Brien finally corrals it. The throw to second is not in time. It's another RBI double as it's back-to-back doubles. 4-3 now.
It's early, but how about 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup? But all 3 hitters, and Daniel Pagano and now Charlie Rogan have reached the board to start twice, and Charlie Rogan with 2 hits, this time the RBI double. And Vermont in business once again. It just felt like this was a game where both teams were going to put runs up. That's been the case so far.
It looks like McKenna will go to his bullpen as Lordi will come in. So that'll be Fernandez's day. However, the SwampBats still lead 4-3. We'll be right back after this pitching change.
Now pitching, the SwampBats. From the University of Central Florida, in Albrechtssville, Pennsylvania, number 1, James Lordi.
James Lordi on the mound for the SwampBats is his first appearance in a little bit. Only his 3rd appearance of the season as he looks to hold this lead with a runner in scoring position.
In Vermont, slow the last 2 nights against Valley, and in the 8-1 loss to Sanford, they come to play here against Keene, heating up early. And of course, Charlie Rogan, 2 RBIs, 2 hits to start his night, and a late addition into the lineup. He didn't find out he was playing or starting at first base until around 6:20 p.m. 10, 12 minutes before first pitch. Saw him getting a little bit more loose, stretching in front of us here on this third base side, right above the dugout of Vermont, and he's been an impact so far in this game.
That's right, 2 RBIs after 2 knocks so far, and that one was smoked to left center gap. But now the Vermont Mountaineers have to face a new change of arm. Another lefty, however, in James Lordi. Lordi has only worked 2 1/3 innings so far this season with the strikeout, but he also has 2 walks and he's allowed 4 hits. So he's a pitch-to-contact pitcher. Let's see if that pays off for him here with a runner in scoring position.
And Lordi from UCF, originally Penn State transfer prior to this season.
Last time out, he worked an inning in 2/3 against Sanford. That one was on the road. First pitch is taken for a ball. Also, in that outing, he did work a first. The first batter he saw, he allowed a walk. So, let's see if he does that here, especially with the open base at first, only with one gone. Lordi misses with that one. It's 2-0.
Vermont, for Vermont these last couple of nights, of course, they got 2 runs in that first inning against Valley, but those middle innings, it's just been a little slow. You see tonight, you get 1 in the first, 2 in the third. Try to get things going, and those middle innings has been a problem. See if they're going to be able to do it later, but of course, if you get so many in these first couple, you might not have to worry about it.
As that one misses as well. It's 3-0 now, so some walk trouble. Could be a problem for Lordi. Still can work back in it, however. Leading off a second is Rogan with 1 gone. The 3-0 pitch. In there for a called strike as Lordi bounces back with the strike. Goes back with the fastball, just shy of 90 miles per hour. Set the 3-1. Driven to center, that'll fall for a base hit. Rogan had to retreat to second, now he'll go to third, and he'll hold up there. It's a 1-out knock with runners at the corners now with only 1 gone.
Yeah, it's a smart play from Rogan. Just got to be all that certain you're at second. You can't let that ball be caught by the shortstop and Cup who dove for it, or in center with Lipsy, and he made a good read, and he had to retreat, so he's not going to be able to score. But it's not all that important because there's 1 out, runner 90 feet away. If it's 2 outs, it's a different story. But runners on the corners, Foster Apple now just got to put something in the air or in play.
Yeah, Foster Apple flew out to right his last time up, swinging at the first pitch, and as you mentioned, more of a guy that works counts. See if he first pitch hacks here. He doesn't. He takes one for a called strike.
Mountaineers had a double steal in order last night with this same corners with 1 out, and it resulted in a run. Let's see if they go to it here. Actually, it was against North Shore as well, too.
The 0-1 takes that one high and outside. I'll even the count. Smith not taking an aggressive lead at first base, just getting a few steps over, not really in a stealing stance. The 1-1. Fouled into foul territory. Perez settles under it, makes the grab for the 2nd out.
That's exactly what you're looking for if you're Lordi. Just needed a fly out in the infield or shallow outfield, and you got it in the foul territory. Similar pop out that Fernandez was able to get for Foster Apple, and just a shot opposite way, popped him up. That pitch was kind of middle. It's one Apple probably wants back.
Still runners at the corners. As runner goes, the throw goes down to second. Runner's gonna break towards the plate and applying the tag, and he's out at second. No runner with the home plate umpire will say the runner will score, however. So the game is tied with the runner scoring before the tag was applied. Looks like the home plate umpire will say it doesn't count as a run. So 4-3 games, we'll head to the bottom of the 3rd, where you're watching the NECBL in Keene. Pitching change for the Vermont Mountaineers as Adam Martin steps onto the mound. And a change of pace, they'll bring in the right-hander for the Mountaineers instead of lefty here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, it'll be Adam Martin from Stonehill College. We'll talk more about him in a second, but of course that play that just ended.
Yeah.
That last half inning where, it's something Vermont has done a couple times this year. It's worked a couple times. It hasn't worked now. And you're trying to get Braden Smith to get that throw from the catcher and Skyler, and he drew the throw. That was successful. The problem was Smith kind of went too far down to second to get him to draw the throw. And then he was chased down and hawked down, wasn't able to allow Charlie Rogan from third to get home before he was tagged. It was close, but yeah, Rogan, not enough speed to beat that out. Smith, not enough speed. Rarely, if that's a situation where it's two other guys that are a little bit quicker, that might work out in Vermont's favor, but doesn't. 4-3 game, it remains, and now Adam Martin makes his third appearance this season. 1-0 record, third appearance. He's made 1 start, 6 1/3 total, 6 strikeouts. He's allowed two earned runs in total.
And also with that play happening, we saw Upper Valley try that against the SwampBats back on Thursday in Game 2 of that doubleheader. And with a strong arm catcher like Skyler behind the plate, it's also harder to pull off that play with that throw coming into second base a lot quicker than your average arm. So, it was a great decision by Cup trying to run the runner down before that run scores, and he did a great job there catching up to him.
Yeah, executed it well. He didn't throw down immediately. He kind of waited for Smith to get closer to second, and then kept an eye on Rogan, threw it down quickly, which is what you need to do once you make that decision and commit to it. And credit to the middle infield for hawking Smith down.
First pitch to O'Brien is called a strike. O'Brien repping the blue bat. Has done so in the past few games now as he drives that one down the right field line for a foul ball. O'Brien had a nice base hit up the middle his last time. Got behind in the count as well. No, he actually got ahead in that count. It was a 2-1 count, worked it back to 2-2, and was able to drive the ball up the middle. The 0-2, driven to left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. A leadoff knock for the SwampBats as O'Brien reaches first safely.
So it was a lefty up there, and Conlon Daniel stayed over in left field, and now Pagano in center, I think, is just signaling to stay because it's going to be Nick Romano, who's switch hitting against the righty, so he'll bat in the left-handed batter's box, and then Lipsy will follow a lefty, and then Ripken Reese, a switch hitter, is a lefty. So it's just going to be Conlon Daniel, who's the actual center fielder, pretty much playing left field. Pagano playing right center field for this inning.
Romano takes that first pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. Romano had another base knock his last time in the first. Was able to set up the on-deck batter for Marshall Lipsy with the bases loaded. He dribbled that one down the third base line and was able to bounce off that bag as we saw back in the first. The 0-1 pitch, taken a little bit outside. That'll run the count even.
Have you ever seen that where just two outfielders switch based upon the hitter being a lefty or righty because strategic-wise? I've never seen it.
No, like I've said, I've seen infielders do that with the shortstop and third baseman, as the third baseman will go towards where the second baseman plays, but it's being done a little differently as that one's popped up into shallow left field. Pagano makes the grab, and that'll be the first out. And it's actually, like you said, Daniel over on left. So
the broadcaster's nightmare.
These guys switching back and forth is a lot of fun, you know.
Yeah, no, like keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, Pagano playing left field was able to make that grab easily. Yeah, there's a lot of more range to cover out there on left field.
So does that go down as an F7 or as an F8? I don't know how that's scored. I have no idea.
I would think F7.
Okay.
Because they're switching positions as a whole, you know.
I guess. I just thought maybe because
the runner goes. O'Brien tries to steal. The throw will be in time. Sheeler not having it with O'Brien. That'll be the second out of the inning.
All right, Bennett Sheeler showing off the arm now. We're getting everything in this game. We're getting outfielders switching positions. We've got a grand slam. We've got a couple guys with 2 hits in the middle of the lineup for Vermont, and now Bennett Sheeler throwing out a runner just as Skyler did in the last half inning for the SwampBats.
That's huge as Lipsy's at the plate. He had a grand slam his last time up. And he gets ahead of Lipsy, 0-2 now with that strike called in the inside corner.
And Adam Martin from Stonehill College, third appearance of the season last. Appeared against Sanford in that foggy, delayed Wednesday night win against the Mainers.
Yo, 2. Taken low. Good breaking ball there. Unable to get it over.
That was on Wednesday, so a good portion of rest for Adam Martin. 3 1/3 in that outing. 2 earned runs, 3 hits. He got the win.
Ahead, the 1-2. Fastball taken high.
The grand slam was the 10th hit of the year for Lipsy.
Yeah, he got behind in that count. He saw 2 pitches, 2 strikes, and was able to put it over the center field fence. The 2-2. Driven over to the right side. That's going to get through for a base hit. So some 2-out magic possibly brewing for the SwampBats here with a 2-out knock by Lipsy.
There's hits galore in this game.
Yeah.
12 hits now through 3 innings. Of course, time to build on it for Keene.
Ripken Reese steps in. He followed Lipsy's grand slam last time up with a base knock of his own.
And we're averaging 2 hits per half inning.
Well, Lipsy was able to stay back enough on that breaking ball and was able to put it in between the first base and second baseman. Ripken Reese stepping in. First pitch to him. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Adam Martin, like we mentioned, has that fastball. Does supply some speed. He's able to get it up there. 85 to 88 is that one's quickly corralled behind the plate by Sheeler. Good job there, keeping it in front of him. Adam Martin with the fastball slider combo. Also has that changeup. It has some fade to it as well. Mainly uses that changeup as a put-away pitch when he's ahead in the count. The 1-1. Taken low. That fastball misses for ball 2.
Shadows pretty much covering most of the field. I think that's a welcome sight for everybody here as the sun getting out of the way.
Definitely nice as the trees in between the swamp and the ball field able to cover up the field from the sun. And still peeking through some parts of that outfield. I bet a ball hit to left center would be tough. It hangs up there for a while as you see that sun shining through just the beam of the sun over in left center heading to the fence. But other than that, the majority of the field covered.
Yeah. Look how deep Pagano is playing now in right center. He's almost at the warning track at the fence.
Crazy. Martin's ahead, the 3-1. Ripped down the first base line. That's a fair ball heading in to the right field corner. First to third is Lipsy. He'll be safely there. The throw into second. And runners at the corners here with 2 gone for the SwampBats. The ball hit on the nose, and that's definitely a tough play for Rogan to make. I mean, for that one, you have to keep your glove down and have very quick reaction time.
Yeah, that was roped. It's ruled a hit on the scoreboard here, and Rogan's kind of feel that 96 off the bat. Right at him. Full side. It's just really tough play for the first baseman to get your body in front of that. First to third.
Do you really want to get your body in front of that?
Not at all.
Obviously you want to, but I mean that one.
You don't want to.
No, 96 miles per hour off the bat there. That ball was roped. That'll bring Skyler up now with runners at the corners. First pitch to him. In there for a called strike. Skyler struck out swinging his last time up. Big insurance runs on base here for the SwampBats after seeing what the Mountaineers offense could do in the previous inning. And it was doubles galore for them last inning.
Yeah.
Balls were hit hard, but Lord was able to shut the door quickly before any further damage. Martin checks the runners. He comes set. Ahead to TJ Skyler, the 0-2. Driven up the middle, played easily by Apple. Throw on to first in time, and that won the inning. So 2 runners left stranded after a couple of knocks. We're heading to the 4th. You're watching the NECBL in Keene.
SwampBat fans, tonight's Brushing the Bases is brought to you by Spoonwood Dental. Let's give Ribby and Brett a big hand. Like a nice set teeth, bases need to be thoroughly brushed at least twice a day. Thanks to Spoonwood Dental, Ribby brushes every day to keep his big smile looking great for all of his pictures. Just like Ribby, make sure to visit Spoonwood Dental for all of your dental needs.
Lucky take time, ladies and gentlemen, for a $25 gift card to West Swansea Meats. 365-7969. 365-7969. International Swamp Shop with a $25 gift card to West Swansea Meats. 365-7969.
Top of the fourth inning, first a word from our sponsors over at Netting Professionals. Netting Professionals is the official netting partner of the New England League. Their netting and wall padding products have been featured in Major League Baseball venues such as Citi Field and Truist Park, and many collegiate facilities throughout the country, including the universities of Florida, North Carolina, Binghamton, Texas, and many more. From design to fabrication and installation, Netting Pros is improving programs, one facility at a time. 4-3 game here, top of the fourth. Vermont coming to the plate. Been a barrage of hits in this game thus far. 13 hits thus far. 8 for Keene, 5 for Vermont. 7 runs on the board for this Monday night matchup. Rocco Pellegrino, Ryan Fitzpatrick. It's been a battle.
It has been. We've seen a lot of hard contact, and it's only the fourth inning. We haven't had the fourth inning start yet. And the ball's coming off the bats very hard in this one. We've seen lots of drive head to the warning track, but the most important one of all has been the grand slam, and that's the difference in this one, in the one-run ball game.
It has been indeed the grand slam from Marshall Lipsy. The left-handed hitting Lipsy playing center field tonight had that ball go out. Right field, center field, I should say, pretty much right center. And it was 350. The distance on it. That clears here. Doesn't clear, of course, in Montpelier, which I'm sure Jordan Savignon, the pitcher, the starter, is thinking about.
No, and even though there's a lead in this ball game, it's a bullpen game now. Both pitchers not able to make it past the third inning in this ball game, so it's up to the arms of the pen.
8-9-1 due up for Vermont in Shrek, Sheeler, and Gates. Second inning of work for Lordi. And his first pitch laid off by Shrek. It's 1-0. Shrekky struck out looking, or pardon me, struck out swinging in the second after a night against Valley last time where he reached 4 times. 1-0 pitch. It's chopped foul.
I think that ball hit off his bat 3 times.
Yeah.
And 2
trifecta.
Yeah, 2 to hit off the plate and then 1 on the backswing.
So after going 2 for 2 last night, he's 3 for 7 entering tonight, 3 for 8 total this season. Joining the team late in the week last week. Got here for the homestand, showed out for the Montpelier faithful, and now rips one in the air to right center, and he's aboard with a leadoff base hit. Thomas Shrek wearing number 27 for the first time this season. He's at first.
New number, same result for Shrek. He stays hot with that base knock. Stayed back on that, driving into right center field on the 86-mile-per-hour fastball. Got it on the upper half of the plate, able to put it into right center.
So now Bennett Sheeler threw out a runner. You got O'Brien at second, who led off the third with a single. Sheeler coming to the plate, right-handed batter's box, hit by a pitch last time up. It's down in the count at 1-2. Ward off the elbow. It's got a runner at first here. Shrek, the speedy shortstop, a threat to steal over at first for a Vermont team with 56 stolen bags. The record in a season is 125. Did the math last night. They're on pace for 186. So they would shatter that record if they keep the pace.
It's still early, they can, you know.
Yeah. Shrek in a running stance at first. He doesn't go. Lordi's offering is missing high and away, 1-1.
And we have seen a caught stealing so far in this one, so obviously with TJ Scholar behind the plate, maybe a little more caution for them, but obviously with the amount of times they attempt base stealing, could be by the wayside.
1-1 pitch, Sheeler fouls it off. Shrek, he was a late addition to the team coming from Army, so one of the new styles of leading and stealing that is implemented by Vermont, the new school leads, the vaulting over at first. Shrek is not really deploying that yet. He's kind of just doing the old-fashioned stand, feet in the ground, go off on the delivery. Some other guys will hop into the steal. Hop momentum lead is what it's called as well. Shrek, a late addition, hasn't quite perfected it yet, so it's a 1-2 to Sheeler. Shrek stays 2-2.
I like that, the deploying word you use, especially talking about Army. Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it wasn't intentional, but hey.
No,
now it was.
It was.
Appreciate you looking out, Ryan.
I got you.
Sheeler at the plate, even 2-2, and the pitch from Lordi popped up towards the Keene, dug out over into the bleachers off the netting. Shout out netting pros. This is 2-2 again.
Yeah, good show out here in Keene, New Hampshire for Pride Night at Alumni Field. We saw a parade march before the first pitch.
One of the hottest days of the year thus far. High 80s at first pitch. 2-2 from Lordi. Before that, we'll toss over to first. Check on the runner. Lordi thus far, he's gotten 2 outs in relief of the starter, Fernandez. 17 total pitches, 9 strikes, 8 balls. 2-2 to Sheeler. Goes with the fastball and got him on the inside corner for strike 3.
That fastball just too close to the take there. Great job freezing him by Lordi after a couple previous pitches missing off the plate. Was able to get the corner that time.
So 1 out in the inning and the lineup turns over. As Sam Gates will come to the plate. 3rd time through here. 1st time facing Lordi. Throws back over to first. Another left-hander on the hill, which is something to watch for Keene. They've limited Vermont on the base paths thus far. They haven't needed to steal though, Vermont, as they've been putting balls in play pretty well. It's a little bit tougher to steal against the lefty looking right at you. Staring right at Shrek, and he's off. First pitch and misses inside to Gates, and the 3rd out from the catcher. Schuyler's not in time. Stolen base number 2 of the night for Vermont. Shrek is in a scoring position.
Had a great jump on the left-hander there. Once he broke towards the plate in milliseconds, not even, got a great jump on Lordi and was able to take that base with ease, even though it was a close play, but with that tight throw, he was able to make it.
It was an old school style of lead there for Shrek, just straight off on the delivery. 1-0 pitch to Gates, and he grounds this one to the right side. The first baseman plays it on a weird hop, and it's through. Rounding third is Shrek. He's coming home to score. It's a 1-out double for Sam Gates, and it's a tie game, 4-4.
Well, there's the curveball by Lordi. Just an even better job by Gates, getting out ahead of it, hitting it hard. Only 66 miles per hour off the bat, but just getting over the first base bag. I don't think it hit first base, but it did definitely take a weird hop and got under the glove of Perez for the easy run scored for the Mountaineers.
So Gates into scoring position. This is a tie ball game, 4-4. After 1 run in the first for Vermont, they gave up the grand slam in the bottom of that inning. It was a 4-1 lead, and it was deja vu. Same story for Keene as they went up and took that one 4-1 in Montpelier, the first game of the season series. This one is lined right over the 3rd baseman Romano as he snags that one. And Ainsworth is robbed of a hit again. Back-to-back times up with a lineup.
Good old food delivery up here in the press box. Alumni Field. Lots of good food in this area. Is there a lot of good food over there in Montpelier?
Yeah, haven't exactly gotten to discover everything yet. I've been suggested plenty, especially at the ballpark. But yeah, there's been some good burgers, and I've got a burger in here waiting for me tonight, so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you to the Keene concession staff. As Conlon Daniel takes the first offering on the inside part of the plate, 0-1.
Yeah, Keene in a great location. I mean, in Keene alone, there's a lot of great places, but even in Fitzwilliam, you have great Mexican food and a La Mexica. There's great food all around the area, you know.
Daniel swings away at the pitch from Lordi, 0-2. There really is in this entire league, especially at every ballpark. There's normally at least one fan say, every fan says, go get this.
Yeah, that's the best part. And I don't know if you head up to Upper Valley yet, but they have a great maple creamy, they call it.
Oh, we've heard about that with us as well.
Yeah, no, everyone's talking about it.
0-2 with 2 outs, and Daniel swings and misses at the offering from Lordi, who gets out of the inning, allowing just 1. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 left aboard. As the single from Shrek, the stolen bag, and the 2-out double from Gates makes it 4-4.
What I'm looking for in a bank is one that's looking out for me, like NBT. I want a relationship and a team that supports me and my dreams, like NBT. And let's face it, life can get challenging. I need a bank that's focused on me. They've been rated tops in all the things that matter, like trust, customer service, and financial advice. So when I need a bank I can trust, it's always NBT and me.
Rondé Barber here. Being in the NFL for 16 years, I've dealt with my fair share of bumps and bruises. But typical ice packs never stayed cold long enough, were messy and inconvenient. HurtSkirt offers the same long-lasting treatment as ice does, but without the hassle. HurtSkirt uses no antifreeze chemicals, ensuring that panels freeze solid and stay colder for longer. Drop the ice, skirt the hurt. Use code BARBER20 for 20% off and free shipping at hurtskirt.com.
Franklin Batting Glove is the official sponsor of the NECBL. Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the Vermont Mountaineers and the Keene SwampBats will join over 200 major leaguers by stepping up to the plate with Franklin Batting Gloves. Gear up at franklinsports.com and become part of the most trusted batting glove in baseball. 4-4 ball game, bottom of the fourth, as Vermont has clawed their way back into this one after falling behind 4-1 in the first. High-scoring affair. Adam Martin back out there, second inning of work for the Stonehill right-handed reliever.
Yeah, lots of smart at-bats. Obviously, they've been on attack mode so far in this game, but they're also taking great pitches and fouling off pitches that are on the corners. They're staying in these at-bats and doing a great job, like we said, putting the ball in play. And so far, 8 runs already across in 3.5 innings.
Plenty of hits, plenty of runs. You're at a Monday night, a hot Monday night, about to enter the 8 o'clock hour, and it's still in the feels like in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of 8 hits on the scoreboard for Keene. 8 total runs in this game. Adam Martin back out there. And Keene will send a 9-1 and 2 to the plate in Bell, Cup, and Herring here at the bottom of the fourth. Yeah, we keep talking about it. Conlon Daniel and Joey Pagano platooning, I would say, I guess, in left and center field as they're switching their positions based upon the handiness of the hitter. So Conlon Daniel, just to explain again, is in center field. He covers a little bit more range, does Conlon Daniel. Joey Pagano, good left fielder. They're going to move him to center field when it's a left-handed hitter. And the reason for that is because a left-handed hitter sometimes is going to get more bloops and opposite field flares that Conlon Daniel will cover more ground in. And in this park here at Alumni Field, there's a lot more ground to cover in left field versus center field. So that is the logic of it. There are a lot of righties due up here. The stretch of righties for the Keene SwampBats, barring some changes. But it actually works out in their favor. Such a hot night, it's good that it's a lot of righties consecutively and a lot of lefties consecutively. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd be switching back and forth every at-bat.
I'm sure Coach Smith really appreciates the versatility that he has in the outfield. It's not an easy adjustment. You're reading the ball off the bat coming from left field. Is very different reading a ball off the bat coming in center field. So very different angles you're dealing with. And when you have 2 outfielders that are willing to switch like that in between innings, every inning, it's something that you really want out of your fielders, and I'm sure he really appreciates that.
Yeah, for sure. And just based upon talking with the coaching staff, I can tell you it was probably Cody Dennis's idea. Big analytics guy, big numbers guy. Tends to go out of the ordinary sometimes with the coaching style of things. I'm sure he'll love that I said that because he knows it's true. So he was probably at the helm of that decision, Coach Smith and company allowing it to happen. Adam Martin back out there. Here we go. 9-1-2, bottom of the fourth. Andrew Bell struck out. Swinging in the second, Dylan Cup and Jack Herring after him.
And Bell's still looking to get his second hit of the season. He's looking to break through for the SwampBats.
Martin set, and his first pitch of the inning is in there. The off speed for a strike. It's 0-1. 3 hits in the last half inning for Keene, but not able to plate a run. As Michael O'Brien was caught stealing, and 2 were left stranded.
You know, and even though Bell only has 1 hit so far in his first 13 at-bats, he's walked 3 times, and the most important thing of it all, he's gotten hit by a pitch 3 times.
There you go.
So when
you're earning it.
When you're getting on base still, it still matters.
Pulls this one on the ground to the third baseman, Braden Smith, after a brief tumble. Throws over to first, and it's not in time. Andrew Bell able to beat it out down the first baseline. The leadoff batter in Bell is aboard.
You know, as that quick stumble over at third base with Smith, once he was able to corral it, he did have that another stutter step trying to create his balance for a strong throw, but with the speed of Bell, was able to beat that out in the second hit of the season.
Indeed is ruled a hit. Not that there was much of a doubt about that. So now the lineup turns over. Dylan Cupp, top of the order, third time through. As Vermont worked their way through the fourth, a third time through. In the order, both teams getting a lot of plate appearances here thus far. Showing bunt and placing down an almost perfect one as it skids foul. Smith will smartly touch that quickly. 0-1.
You're going to see that a lot out of the SwampBats, especially if they bring in some bench bats as well. They love to bunt and try to take advantage of not only defensive blunders, but the speed that is provided throughout this lineup. The SwampBats have that speed, and they have great bat-to-ball skills where they're able to beat things out, just like Bell just did.
So Bell over at first, Dylan Cupp at the dish in the right-handed batter's box, facing the righty from Stonehill College. Adam Martin making his third appearance this season. Head at 0-1 is Martin, and he deals in a pitch that's floated in the air, foul down the right field line. And it's dropped by a fan over there. Nice effort.
Yeah, it's not an easy play. Ball's tailing on it.
It is.
You know?
It's tailing.
But it was out of his reach over just shy of the dugout. It's like the dugout didn't move on that one.
Got some spin on it, plus the grass might be a little wet.
Exactly.
Not a lot of footing. It's a tough play. 0-2 here to Cupp. Martin looking for his first strikeout of the relief appearance, and the 0-2 is fouled off. We'll do it again.
And Cupp reaching base twice already in this one. Went to walk his first time, then nice base hit he had last time. Was able to beat out one of those throws as we mentioned, but the throw did get away. He was able to reach second base after the throwing error.
One of 4 guys in the Keene lineup that was able to reach aboard safely their first 2 trips to the plate.
Lots of base runners in this one.
And Vermont has 3 of their own on the other side. Runner at first, and Andrew Bell led off the inning with a single to the third baseman, Braden Smith. 0-2 count for Martin, looking for the first punch out. Staying alive again is Cupp.
You know, going back to the base runners and how many there have been so far in this game, you know, the Vermont Mountaineers, yes, they get that on-base mentality, but they left 10 runners on in their last one against against Valley. So they get those runners on, but they're unable to cash in. But they still scored 4 runs in that one against the Valley Blue Sox, but you know, they just have yet to really take full advantage.
0-2 for Martin, staying alive again is Cupp. And you're right. And you go back to that game against Valley last night, they left a runner stranded in every inning.
Yeah.
So that'll do it. And of course, you know, you look at it, 4 runs offensively isn't the worst. It's around their season average, a little bit below, of course, but when you give up 12, it doesn't feel like the offense played that well. It's kind of the way it works. You know, it was a close game, 3-3 going into the 7th, 8 runs in the 7th for the Blue Sox, a barrage. That's what put it out of reach. 0-2 pitch. Just high, 1-2.
Cupp putting up another one of these at bats that I mentioned, just smart, laying off the pitches that you can't do anything with, but also fouling off the pitches that you don't feel like you can do anything with, but can be called a strike.
So the count runs to 1-2. The battle here between Martin and Dylan Cupp, the shortstop. Low in the dirt, Sheeler goes backhand and able to nab it, keep it in front of him. 2-2.
Boy, Sheeler has had a good day behind the plate so far for the Mountaineers, keeping balls close to him, gunning down a base runner early on. He's done a great job. Some action in the bullpen as well, as Andrew Lapine getting ready as the submarine pitcher for the SwampBats, looking to get loose.
Little submarine style. Tried to limit the runs here. Vermont with 7 hits, Keene with 9. 4-4 game, 2-2. Ground ball left side. Braden Smith gonna have a chance to turn 2. Goes to second for 1. The turn is not in time. The throw is a little wide as well. So able to beat it out. Fielder's choice on the putout. 5-4. And it's 1 out in the inning.
No, there's nothing like having Rogan at first base with that tall frame. Even though you get that high throw, you know he's going to be able to get his glove on it. Does a great job there. Coming off the bag, not risking it, keeping the ball in front.
So Cupp over to first. And Jack Herring, the switch hitter, who will hit in the left-handed batter's box, will come to the plate. So Conlon Daniel over to center field. Joey Pagano over to left field. First pitch in the dirt. Sheeler stops it. Another nice play.
He's done a great job. He's the type of catcher that's mobile back there. He doesn't go on one knee. As you see TJ Schuyler on the opposing side for the SwampBats, he goes on one knee. I mean, he's still on his toes.
As Martin pulls that one inside.
And with the new mechanics of the catchers nowadays, you know, you hear a lot of older guys be like, why do they go on one knee? It makes them less nimble, but it helps with the pitching framing that they have.
True.
And as you can see, it's no problem for Sheeler to get in front of these balls.
Right. And of course the durability as Martin fires back over. The durability is the big one. I mean,
yeah,
we talk about it, some of the catchers here in Vermont. And Sheeler says it's the low back that flares up for him every now and then, so he goes with that one knee stance. Just about longevity. These guys want to play as majors. You got to keep your body right. This one's pulled. It's hooking hard. It's foul. Well, the ball off the bat of Herring. 2-1.
Yeah, almost 100 miles per hour on that one. Really roped it. Got out in front of that 85 mile per hour pitch. The fastball, but unable to stay back enough on it.
So Cup will go back over to first. Herring back into the batter's box. 2-1 count here, Adam Martin. Still looking for the first punch out of the night. He's got 6 total so far this year in 6 innings of work. Sheeler again, 3-1. Going to the backhand, low and inside. Trying that back foot breaking ball a lot as Martin just hasn't been able to get a chase or hasn't been able to locate it close enough to get a chase.
Yeah, that slider, it's worked for him so far though. Just has to get a little more range on it. A lot closer misses, as we mentioned earlier in the game, is really important.
Savignon, who got the start, got it into 2 strikes a lot, not a lot of Ks though, and attributed it to that. 3-1 count, 1 out, runner at first. In the air to center field, ranging back is Daniel to the track, looking up, and it's gone. A 2-run shot off the bat of Herring, and it's 6-4.
Well, he got the fastball that he wanted. It was low, however. It was around chin level, and he just did a great job of staying back enough on it. He was ahead of the pitch prior to that, but that time able to drill it, timing it up perfectly, and shooting it over the fence to dead center.
352 to dead center. The second homer of the night for Keene. And both of them 350 feet, 352 feet. And it's a 6-4 game. 10th hit of the night for the SwampBats as that ball was hit well. You know, when you think back to that game in Montpelier, between Keene and Vermont, I should say, I think there were a few balls that were hit pretty well to deep center field, and that game was a 4-1 final.
Yeah.
Tonight, it's the opposite story. It's 6-4. We're playing at Alumni Field. These two teams, second time they meet, 1-0 this season series to Keene. They'll see each other 6 times now with the 2-division format, and each time it's going to be different depending on where this game's played at. We're seeing it here tonight.
Exactly, and all 6 runs accounted for by the SwampBats from the long ball.
Right.
I mean, all of those, both home runs, the grand slam, and the one we just saw there by Herring over the center field fence into the trees. That one, 2-run homer, and see if it continues here.
So now it'll be Xavier Perez, the right-handed bat, who will come to the plate. 6-4 ball game. Two have come across in the bottom of the inning after that 2-run shot for Jack Herring to score Cup. Reached on the fielder's choice. Go back to Andrew Bell leading off the inning with that ground ball to the third base side.
And I think that meeting on the mound was really just to tell Martin that, you know, you're really, that wasn't a bad pitch. It was low and out of the strike zone.
Yeah.
And it's also hit the dead center, or it's a shallow park. Not a lot you can do. Obviously, it was hit well. I mean, that ball was hit hard, but it's not a bad pitch in a deeper ballpark that might not have left.
Right.
So you just have to recalibrate and get your confidence back.
And execute what you can execute, control what you can control. That's the message. This one's high in the air, the left center field. Pagano's back to the track at the wall. Pagano's has room. He's got it. Another close one as he ranges out there, and Joey Pagano, the actual left fielder, makes the catch for the second out.
Yeah, that one was hit pretty hard as well, 93 miles per hour off the bat. But like you said, Pagano just having enough room shy of the wall makes the grab.
So So fly out to left, and now Michael O'Brien, the left-handed hitter, will come to the plate.
You know, O'Brien, 2 for 2 with 2 singles. He's done a great job putting the ball in play and hitting it hard.
So Conlon Daniel and Pagano are in their actual positions right now. It looks like they're remaining there, so possibly they're doing away with the switch in and out.
I'm sure it's tiring. You know what? Like we mentioned, it's a hot day.
It's very hot.
I mean, you're running back and forth between center and left, making that trip in between innings every inning, like I mentioned before. A hot day, that's got to get tiring.
It's got to, right? 1-0 pitch from Martin. This one's yanked out of play, high in the air, foul. A lot of balls in the air here against Adam Martin. He's been using that off speed a lot, and of course you go back to the home run from Herring. That pitch was low in the zone, like you said, Ryan. It wasn't even in the zone. It was out of it by at least a couple balls, and it was a golf-like swing that got out to dead center. So I loved what you said about the messaging there to Martin and what you would expect your coach to say in that moment. It's really all you can do is say, hey, listen, it happens when you're here at Alumni Field. It wasn't an awful pitch, just what happens.
It's really important to maintain your composure, especially in a ballpark like this. You know what you're coming into, going into Alumni Field, heading on the mound. You know, besides the mental factor when you're trying to make those pitches, it's what happens after those pitches are sent over the wall. Knowing that you can make better pitches, and that isn't always a home run in all the ballparks.
Exactly. Right approach. 3-1 is in there for a strike to Michael O'Brien, who has 2 hits tonight, and he's got 16 hits on the season, top 10 in the NECBL in batting average. He's worked the count full here against Martin. And the payoff, foul ball, or down the right field line, over towards the turtle, and we'll do it again.
Good play over there. Out of play territory, just shy of the turtle. Red Hat got on his knees, maybe on his back to make that play, but he was not making sure it was getting by him.
Yeah. Payoff again from Martin. Ground ball to the shortstop. Shrek over to first, can't pick it. Rogan goes to his knee, not able to corral it. Sheeler heads up play, backing up first base. But O'Brien is aboard at first here with 2 outs.
And once again, Sheeler with the heads up, getting behind first base, making that play with backing up the throw. And O'Brien being at second base would be completely different, especially with someone like Nick Romano, who has that base hit capability. Runner at first base is a big difference, especially with someone with the speed of O'Brien, but you still have to look for that steal attempt.
Is ruled a E6. So here's Nick Romano. He had the grand slam against Vermont in the first game of the season series. Another grand slam tonight for Keene. A 2-run shot. This one's a little slow roller. Braden Smith charges it, has it, fires. Low again. Rogan can't pick it. It gets behind him. It rolls into foul territory down the right field line. Rounding third and coming home to score is O'Brien. And it's 7-4. The infield for Vermont giving up runs here at the end of the inning in the 4th with 2 outs.
Well, that's just another one of those tough plays where it's a little dribbler, had a lot of spin on it as well as it came off the end of the bat. And that's one of those either where you just have to go to your full windup to make a strong throw or just not eat it. And once again, short arms it, as you can see in that replay, just does not get anything behind that throw, spikes it, and an easy way to score for O'Brien as the ball trickled into right field.
So the team that led the NECBL in errors for a large portion of the season dropped out of that spot momentarily, but they've got 3 tonight for Vermont. They've allowed a couple of extra runs to come across here. Now a 7-4 game as O'Brien goes first to home on a ball that left the bat of Romano at 31 miles per hour. That's baseball.
That's baseball right there, you know.
So it's a single to third and then a throwing error as well. This one's lined into center field and that one's down. Daniel fields it on one hop. His throw is coming home and it is not in time as Sheeler can't corral it. Sliding in it safely is Romano. And a rally with 2 outs, it's 8-4.
Oh, that was such a strong throw there. Just unable to field the hop as Sheeler behind the plate. And it looks like he had time if he did corral that ball, even though it did hit the ground. But he took an extra second to get it off the ground, and a great job by Romano getting around Sheeler and able to get his hand across the plate.
So Marshall Lipsy, with his third hit of the night, he's 3 for 3. And he makes it 8-4. 2-out rally as the last 3 batters have reached after the 2-run shot from Jack Herring. So 2 of these runs are earned for Adam Martin. 2 of them are not. 2-run shot is earned. And then the error that allowed these last 2, they are unearned. 0-1 pitch. Skied in the air off the bat of Ripken Reese in foul territory. That one goes out of play. Martin has him 0-2.
Fastballs here. Possibly has the opportunity to go back to it, especially after Ripken Reese was late on that one.
4 hits in the inning now for Keene. 2 errors. Got 4 runs. It was tied 4-4 after the 4th. Top of the 4th. Now bottom of the 4th. This game has gone the other direction. The SwampBats just never let up. Doesn't matter if they're trailing. Doesn't matter if they're in a tie game. They just continue to battle. Ripken Reese, he's 2 for 2. His middle portion of the lineup, 4, 5, 6, and 7, has reached every time up, actually except 1. As this one's lifted in the air to right field, Gates is back. He's leaping up, and he's got it against the Duncan sign in right center. So that will end the inning. 4 runs on 4 hits, 2 errors, and 1 left stranded for Keene. They made it an 8-4 game.
Ticket time, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, coach, you good?
The $25 gift certificate to Applebee's. 365-8012. 365-8012. Moving on to the Swamp Shop. Get the $25 gift card to Applebee's. 365-8012. SwampBats fans, Fidium Fiber Internet is bringing 6 speeds to Keene. Fidium is a different kind of internet play. You get your very own dedicated connection that delivers the same ultra-fast upload and download speed. Plus, you're going to love this, there's no contract to tie you down. You know, hitting keys to trip you up. You can ooze the bandwidth to power all your TVs, laptops, smartphones, devices, all at the same time. Order today at PidiumFiber.com/SwampBats. JFD Roofing is proud to deliver exceptional roofing services to our community, offering superior service and discount to veterans and seniors. Call today for a free estimate, 603-313-6128. National Bank is proud to sponsor SwampBats this season. National Bank is a local community bank that believes in putting our community first. 26 community locations, including Keene and Walpole. We invite you to discover the difference banking with us to make. Now batting number 12, the fielder, George Milano.
I'll get your leader right here.
Pitching for SwampBats. Number 20, Aiden Decapetti.
you don't have as many arms, because in a normal situation that might be the day over for Adam Martin, despite it being not as hard hit balls with the home run and then the errors, but probably don't want to keep him out there for as long as he did, but he needs him to go far, so that's the situation. 3-0 count here to Pagano. Aiden Decker-Petty on the hill. First batter he sees, and he issues a 4-pitch walk to Pagano.
Aiden Decker-Petty only has worked 4 walks so far in his 4 appearances, but as we mentioned, with that 7 1/3 innings pitched so far this season, he commands that strike zone. So it'll be interesting to see if he does get more into walk trouble, but he tends to recover quickly after a quick walk.
Last outing, June 18th, 5 days off, similar to Adam Martin. Both pitchers currently in the game, see if Martin goes back out there. But now it's Charlie Rogan, 2-hit night thus far. After finding out he's playing at 6:20 p.m. Pretty successful, trying to make it 3 in the center field, but it hangs up there for Marshall Lipsy, who read it well off the bat. 99, a rocket shot liner for out number 1.
I mean, that ball was smoked. It was scorched off the bat, 100 miles per hour. Marshall Lipsy able to get into Kraus position out in center field, able to read it just enough and to make that grab, but that's a piece of contact where you're not ashamed of going back to your dugout.
Rogan's got to be feeling good right now at the plate, as Braden Smith, third baseman tonight, has been struggling a little bit defensively at the plate. Reached with a single in the 3rd.
Looks like some bullpen action getting loose for the Mountaineers. Some more guys getting a few throws in.
Cohen Smith warming up in the pen. Runner at first, and Pagano Braden Smith at the plate, and it takes 1-0. It's 6 straight balls to open the relief appearance.
Yeah, with how fast Aiden Decker-Petty throws, that fastball comes firing out of the hand, but he also has to just maintain control of that as well.
See if he goes to that fastball here with a runner at first. He gets that one in for a strike. Upper 3rd of the zone with the fastball at 91.
You know he can hit up to the mid-90s with that one. He's sitting at 91 right now, but he does a great job keeping hitters on their toes with that pitch.
1 on, 1 out. 2-1 count in the pitch. Good take from Braden Smith. 3-1 here, Decker-Petty on the hill, the Indiana Hoosier. Smith 1 for 2 tonight. Reached aboard with a walk last night, then stole a bag. 1 of 9 for the Mountaineers. Pagano over at first. Normal lead. Thought about going, he didn't, and that's a 5-pitch walk. So back-to-back walks for Decker-Petty in his relief appearance, and Vermont has runners on 1st and 2nd. Not back-to-back. Line out in the middle. 2 walks so far to start.
Yeah, and this will be a nice conversation from Stephen Bangs, telling him to not try to do too much here, because the most important thing is you have a 4-run lead right now. So the last thing you want to do is give them some momentum back. So far with a couple of walks this inning, he has to just maintain his command and attack that strike zone. With that 4-run lead, you want to make them earn any type of success they get to get right back into this game. But when you're putting base runners on like he is, free passes can come to cost you.
Of course, the hard hit ball from Charlie Rogan. So here's Foster Apple, who with 2 plate appearances tonight had a chance in the 3rd to come through with what could have been a big hit in that 3rd inning, but he was not successful. A couple of pop outs to the opposite field side, 1 to first and 1 to right. He was really patient at the plate in the homestand, trying to get back to that approach here possibly. We'll see, especially against a guy who hasn't been able to find the zone. He takes the first pitch in there for a strike on the outer half. It's 0-1.
Yeah, there's that slider that has some downward motion, getting the outside part of the plate. A great pitch to get on the outside corner against the right-handed.
0-1 count for Decker-Petty. And the pitch, he goes low in the zone, slider again, gets a chase, 0-2.
Yeah, I wonder if you're going to go to it 3 times in a row here after getting him way ahead. I mean, the first pitch, when you don't swing at it, that's when you don't get a gauge of what the hitter's looking for. But that time, when you have him clearly setting fastball and is way out in front of it, I wonder if he goes to it for a 3rd time straight to put him away.
Yes, he did!
Check swing, deferral down. They said that Apple did not go. According to Devin Rhodes over there at first. Count moves 1-2. Pagano is at second. Braden Smith over at first.
Almost got him with that slider here. You still want him to roll over. You have that opportunity at a double play.
Apple takes 91 outside, 2-2. Competitive at bat here for Foster Apple after 2 in the second and third that weren't as competitive. Apple, the Stetson product, one of 3 hatters on the team for the Mountaineers. 2-2 runners are off. It's fouled off the foot of Foster Apple, and the runners will retreat.
Yeah, good call there by the Mountaineers. A little hit and run situation with 2 strikes. You want to stay out of the double play situation when you know Apple is going to be aggressive with 2 strikes. So a great call there. But that time Apple fouling it off his foot.
It's a team of the Mountaineers that just goes with the flow on the base paths. Sometimes they'll call hit and run. Sometimes it'll just be guys taking off and the hitter swinging. Just the feel of it for the hitter, feel of it for the runners. 2-2 count, 1 out. Runners dance, they stay. Apple, pop fly, opposite field, shallow right. Charging it is Herring. He's under it, he's got it, holds the runners, and 2 are gone.
Well, he went back to that slider, and Apple waited back on it that time, was able to drive it the other way, but just missed it and got under it to where he just created a lazy fly ball to right for Herring to make an easy grab.
So here's Thomas Schreck, who has now reached 5 of his last 6 plate appearances. Came around to score in the 4th after a leadoff single and a stolen base. He hits here with runners on first and second and 2 gone. Vermont 5-8 on the year. Keene 12-2. Keene, of course, the top record in the NECBL, top record in the North. Vermont just trying to sneak into the postseason at this rate. Currently in 3rd. Got to get in the top 4 in the North. Schreck swings away at the first offering and pokes it through the middle. Pagano's getting the wave now. The stop sign from Hartenstein. He'll stop at 3rd. Smith retreats to 2nd. Bases juiced after a 2-out single from Schreck.
How about Marshall Lipsy there with the wherewithal, knowing even though a runner's rounding 3rd, he made a quick snap throw. The throw behind the runner at 2nd base was Smith, and did a great job of taking advantage, almost getting the out there at 2nd, but obviously Smith got back to the bag safely.
So we have a pinch hitter here, Joey Barron, the catcher, the normal backstop, coming to the plate. He will hit for Bennett Sheeler, so you'd expect he would take over as well defensively.
And Sheeler was only 0 for 1 in that one. Had a great showing behind the plate, but we know the heat in this one can definitely play a factor when you're sitting behind the plate like that in the catcher position. So see if the fresh legs behind the plate can do something here with bases loaded and 2 out.
So an 8-4 game, but the bases are loaded. The tying run is at the plate. We've seen a grand slam already tonight, and Joey Barron, the pinch hitter, in a big spot with 2 outs, facing Aiden Decker-Petty. Schreck at first, Smith at 2nd, Pagano at 3rd. First pitch, 91 inside, 1-0.
Yeah, welcome to the ball game. Fastball, 91 mile per hour fastball inside, just missing the inside corner. You're a pinch hitter. Seeing an arm like this, it could be tough.
It is an 8-4 game, still not 8-5. As Barron, ground ball, the pitcher slips to the right side. The 2nd baseman flips over in time. A nice play from Andrew Bell, ranging over to his left, and the bases are left stranded. So Vermont gets no runs on 1 hit. They leave the bases loaded, and we move to the bottom of the 5th. It's 8-4.
We are Keene State. Here, we believe that everyone is welcome and anything is possible.
Look closer. We are a tight-knit community, an inclusive community, where people can be their true selves. Bring your ability, background, culture, or traditions, whatever makes you you.
You already have what it takes. Welcome to Keene State.
New arm inserted into the game in the right-handed reliever, Cohen Smith from Hawaii, pitching at Fordham University. 8-4 ball game here. It'll be 8-9-1 for the SwampBats, batting in the bottom of the fifth. They've got a 4-run lead after a nice effort from Decker Petty. Getting into a little bit of a jam with the bases loaded. He leaves them loaded and leaves them stranded, and now keeps the 4-run lead.
That's right, and Smith heading into his junior year over at Fordham University. This year has had 3 games, 3 appearances, but only allowing just 1 earned run in that in his 2 1/3 innings pitched. So he's done a pretty good job and is able to minimize the walks. Only 1 walk and 5 strikeouts in just 2 1/3 inning pitch. So he has that strikeout stuff as well.
4th appearance for Smith, as you said, and the one outing where he did allow an earned run was in the 9th against Mystic in a 9-4 game. So no harm, no foul. Smith inserted hitter into a clean inning. Something Kevin Smith and company always want their relievers to be able to do from the start. Yeah. Smith trying to limit it for the SwampBats, an offense that's got 8 runs, and it's come from 2 crooked numbers, 4 in the first and 4 in the 4th. 2 homers tonight for the SwampBats off the bat of Herring and Lipsy. Lipsy, the grand slam, the first 2-run shot from Jack Herring in the 4th. That's how we got here.
Cohen Smith, one of those pitchers with only a 2-pitch arsenal. He's going to have that fastball and a slider to back it up. He uses that fastball 51% of the time. So he uses that slider almost half the time as well. So he always keeps hitters on their toes, even with just a 2-pitch arsenal.
Yeah, he slider fastball primarily. Uses his slider a lot, 52%, 36% fastball. It was low there at 85, 1-1.
Interesting to see. Usually, a lot of times with these guys with 2-pitch arsenal, they have that fastball to start off, but he leans on that slider.
This one's lined in the air in the left center field, and that one's down into the gap. Pagano giving chase, rounding first and heading around to second is Skyler, and he's there with a leadoff double.
Some boos from the SwampBats dugout after a great hit there by Skyler. I mean, he just didn't do the usual celebration they have, so the SwampBats dugout was letting him know. But obviously the leadoff double, trying to extend this lead, is big for the SwampBats.
What is the usual celebration, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I mind you asking. Usually, especially after extra base hits or RBIs, they do a nice bat symbol. They go up and flare their arms like they're flying, things like that.
Gotcha.
Either that or they throw up the U's for Union.
First pitch swing again, opposite field, diving and not able to get there is Apple. Hitting third and stopping is Skyler. Heading back to first on the loose ball is Andrew Bell. An 8-9 reach aboard, the bottom of the lineup, getting it done again. First and third, nobody out.
How about the ambush from Bell? Only having a hit heading into this game on the season. This time, swinging early in the previous at-bat after he struck out back in the second. He only had a strike on him, and was able to poke it out for a base hit. And this one, with the runner in scoring position, able to drive it the other way and do his job.
Fastball right in the heart of the plate, went opposite field with it, hit it pretty well. And now, top of the order, Dylan Cup. Runners on the corners. Cohen Smith, the reliever from Hawaii, trying to get out of it. First pitch swinging in the air to center. Daniel back, and it's gone. The third homer of the night. Keene SwampBats mashing here at home. A 3-run homer off the bat of Cup.
Well, he got that fastball then sitting at 91 miles per hour on the outside corner of the zone. He just completely drilled it to center field. That one might have been going over any center fielder's head in any ballpark. And 90 miles per hour off the bat as well, was able to really drill it into center.
So Skyler reaches, Bell reaches, and then Dylan Cup, home run number 3 for Keene. They're feeling it. It's 11-4.
Yeah, I mean, he's a clutch hitter all around. As we saw just a couple games ago against Upper Valley in the 9th inning when SwampBats were trailing by 2 runs, was able to blast a game-tying 2-run home run. And this one supplying a lot of extra runs here, putting up an 11th spot against the Mountaineers with that 3-run dinger.
Hit number 15. It's only the 5th inning. It's, for those doing math at home, 3 hits per inning. It's quite good. So here's Jack Herring, the switch hitter. Cohen Smith on the mound trying to work through it as this one's lined in the air to left, and that one's down. Still nobody out. The first 4 have reached safely here in the 5th for Keene. Jack Herring this time.
As we mentioned, the amount of arms this Mountaineers ball club hasn't lost. It's so hard to rely on that bullpen when you have such important guys going down.
So here's Xavier Perez. Cohen Smith still looking to retire a runner. Takes that one, misses, 1-0.
Look at the sky here at Alumni Field.
It's beautiful.
I mean, the ballpark is, especially on Pride Night here at Alumni Field, you got the sky with pink with the blue background. It's just a beautiful sight.
Fouled off. It is beautiful. I mean, it feels like every park has a beautiful backdrop in this league, and it feels like every park just gets some incredible sunsets as well, especially a night like tonight where it's hot. It's been kind of bad weather, and everyone can really appreciate the fact that it's hot, even though it is probably a little too hot. It's something that I think we prefer over the rain and postponements here in the league, is that swung on and missed from Perez. It's 1-2.
Yeah, you got to be able to adjust to the heat. I mean, there's no adjusting to the rain. Obviously, games get canceled, rescheduled. You have to work on your off day when you thought you had off. But these guys do a great job adjusting, and staying hydrated is very important. We've seen guys go down with cramps, for the SwampBats side at least, getting sick. But this time, able to fight through the heat.
Ground ball to the left side. Brandon Smith, the third baseman, flips over. Nice lunge from Charlie Rogan. There's out number 1. The 5th batter to the plate in the inning is out number 1 in Perez, and here's Michael O'Brien.
For Brandon Smith at third base, almost maybe. I mean, at this level, it's hard to tell, but another ground ball hit in the infield grass, and you have to make another strong throw over the first base. I wonder if PTSD rolls into your mind after 2 throwing errors so far in this game, where he had to come in and charge one and fire it over to first.
So a runner at second, 1 out. Michael O'Brien, the lefty, fouls this one over our heads, out of play. 0-1. Gets you some scores around the league here in the NECBL. Bristol traveling to Martha's Vineyard, who's red hot. They've won their last 7, but Bristol has a 4-1 lead at the bottom of the 5th. Mystic on trailing Valley, I should say. Blue Sox on top 3-2 against the Schooners. That one being played at Mackenzie Stadium. Newport traveling into Sanford, Maine. 4-3 game there. The Gulls lead in the top of the 6th. North Shore 7-4 over Upper Valley. On the road, the Navigators are trying to end their 7-game skid, I believe it is, top of the 8th. Ground ball, right side. Foster Apple. Flip over to first. Rogan snares it, but it's off the bag. The runner is safe, and it's runners on the corners with 1 out as O'Brien reaches.
Yep, that time rolled over the fastball was O'Brien, but did a great job of running that one out. You never know. When you put one in play, things could happen. And now 2 runners on, runners at the corners, 1 out.
I mean, yeah, you've talked about it, Brian. Plenty of departures for the pitching staff of Vermont has made it a little bit of a tougher situation than Kevin Smith would have liked.
Yeah.
Cohen Smith just has to kind of work through it here, as you can't just deplete the bullpen.
No, you're going to have to stick with some arms out there that, even though fatigue or confidence definitely could play a factor, they're just going to have to fight through it. I mean, you don't have the depth in arms that you really want out in that bullpen.
1-0, runners are off. Pitch is swung on the hit and run, way foul down the right field line.
That one was smoked right there. 91 off the bat. Had 343 feet down the right field line. Over the turtle.
That last one for O'Brien to reach safely at first was ruled an error. So it's error number 4 of the night. That one against Foster Apple. So Romano at the plate, swings away, grounds it up the middle. This will score a run. Stepping on second, unless he's able to turn to, which he is. It won't score the run. What a play from Thomas Schreck as he gets the double play to end the inning and keeps it 11-4, but the damage is done by Keene. 3 runs, 4 hits, an error, and 1 left on. It's a 7-run game.
Tonight, Sweeping the Bases is proudly brought to you by the people at Dream Clean 123, the Greater Monadnock region's premier cleaning services. Just like your house, a baseball field can always use a good cleaning. Let's hear it for Erickson and Brett as they make sure SwampBat baseball is always played on a clean field.
The Richard Crew is a proud sponsor of SwampBats baseball. This group is helping local families and businesses with their home, auto, and business insurance for decades. Prepare for tomorrow by contacting them today. Live better is the indoor comfort of Mitsubishi electric mini split from Bergeron Mechanical.
Top 6, Aiden Decker-Petty back out there for his 2nd inning of work, as it's a Northern Division battle tonight between the SwampBats and the Mountaineers. Vermont right now currently at 5-8 this season. You see the cut line there, that yellow solid line. Top 4 teams in each division make the playoffs. And right now, if you're a Northern Division team, Keene doesn't have to worry about this all that much, as they're 12-2. But if you're a Northern Division team, you're happy you're not in the South, because the discrepancy is kind of hilarious, to put it simply.
I mean, it's still early in the season, though.
Yeah.
That yellow cutoff line is not happening for a very long time, and there's
For
still
sure.
plenty of times to go, plenty of games to go. But as you can see, the games back doesn't really matter, because it's only the games back from the 4th place person. You know, I mean, there's
That's
no.
what matters, right?
There's obviously there's home field advantage, but there's also the factor of, you know, playing every day and making it into that 4th seed, because there's no first-round bye.
Yeah, and of course the reason I say it's kind of funny to look at the North standings is because of the South right now is bunched up. Danbury, I believe, is 3 games back in last place of the 7 teams of the first place Newport Goals. And of course, right now, if you were Vermont at 5-8, they'd be in last place in the South. That's just the reality of the 2 division format now. And of course, those teams in the South will probably begin to separate as we're underway here in the 6th inning. It's Sam Gates leading things off.
Aiden Decker-Petty out for a 2nd inning of work. I mentioned it before. Aiden Decker-Petty has that longevity out of the pen. He's someone you can look for that can deliver multiple innings and even close out a game after having 3 innings of work already under his belt. He's someone that you can rely on and still able to throw hard when he's working deep into an outing.
Sam Gates reached the board last time up in the 4th. Got into scoring position. 1-1 count as Gates fouls this one off down the left field line, giving chase, hustling over and not able to get there is O'Brien. And it's 1-2.
Yeah, way to back on that pitch right there. 85 miles per hour. Just could not square it up. Was very late on it.
Appreciate you joining us tonight, Monday night from Alumni Field. A hot one. It's starting to cool down a little bit. The sun's starting to set. Talking about the beautiful sunset in the backdrop here. 1-2 count to Gates. Decker-Petty deals.
Hello.
Back goes flying. Look out.
Look out, Hilsman.
That's a punch out.
There's our silent reporter, Andrew Hilsman.
Oh, there we go.
Quick to his feet. Way to get that one, Andrew. Shrugging it off like no big deal.
The designated hitter, number 17.
It's a great shot.
Marcello Mastriani over in the SwampBats bullpen getting loose as well, so looks like it might be a couple of innings. Might be enough for Aiden Decker-Petty, and they'll go to the left-hander out of the pen eventually.
Stray bat over there. Someone will collect it. 1 out in the inning. Leadoff batter retired in Gates. Addison Ainsworth to the plate. 0 for 2 tonight with a walk.
You know, I wouldn't keep that bat by Hillsman for too long. He might start swinging it with the way he is. He helps. He might help himself and take a few hacks of his own.
Got to stay active. Got to stay ready, right? Pitch from Decker Petty. That's inside and low, 91. The back foot. Pitch to Ainsworth. This is a game that was looking awfully competitive through 4. As it was a 4-4 game, leaving the top of the 4th inning. A 4 spot, though, for Keene. At the bottom of that 4th, made it 8-4, and then 3 more runs in the last half inning. And the bottom of the 5th has made this an 11-4 game. 3-0 count with 1 out to Ainsworth. 16 hits for the SwampBats. Vermont is half of that with 8. 5-pitch walk to Ainsworth and a 1-out base runner.
But they're just missing with this off-speed pitch. Was unable to get the outside corner, and just like that, another base runner. No, I wonder how much longer Aiden Decker-Petty has in his arsenal right now.
Let's see some brief discussion over on the SwampBats dugout side. We're going to leave him out here for this batter, and it's Conlon Daniel, the right-handed hitter. Ainsworth over at first. First pitch to Daniel is in for a strike, 0-1.
That's right, and with the left-handed hitter like Pagano up on deck, Mastroianni, the left-hander, warming up in the pen, so this might be the last batter that Aiden Decker-Petty faces.
The Indiana Hoosiers done a nice job thus far. Stranded the bases loaded. It's a spot for Vermont that Joey Barron was inserted into the game for Bennett Sheeler. Grounded out to the second baseman, Bell. That was in the 5th. 4 errors tonight defensively for Vermont. Things have just gotten a little bit out of hand. 0-2 with 1 out. The pitch to Daniel is flown back out of play. We'll do it again.
He's been fouling off that off speed to the right side. Wonder if you're going to go right back to him with that fastball. Maybe try to get it up inside.
Ainsworth a decent lead over at first. Hasn't looked all that aggressive thus far. He will hold as Daniel once again, similar style, fouled ball.
Yeah, that one heading towards the swamp over there as the trees blocking it off from a nice patch of water we have over there.
The swamp?
The swamp, yeah, that nice brown water. I'm sure it's nice to jump into if you don't want to, smell good for a little bit.
0-2 to Daniel, he grounds it foul. You say water, huh? Not water?
All right, well, you know what?
Well, listen, I'm from the PA area.
You are from the PA area.
I don't say it, but a lot of people in my area do, so
yeah, I know.
with it.
I'm a Long Island guy, but you from PA.
Clearwater, Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, the PA, Philadelphia area gets a lot of flack for the water. Yeah. So when when it's heard elsewhere, it's kind of a shock to me, I'm glad to hear it's in Long Island.
Yeah, especially when we're out here in New Hampshire, you don't expect it much,
Beautiful Alumni field, Hitters Ballpark.
Oh yeah.
Conlon Daniel down 0-2 to Decker-Petty with Ainsworth off, fouled back. Ainsworth will have to retreat, and this at-bat continues.
So they're doing that a lot. I mean, obviously it's a very aggressive base-stealing team in the Mountaineers, as Coach Smith loves to have them running, but also the hit-and-run opportunities they've had. When you have one away and a 2-strike count, I've noticed a lot of hit-and-run situations. Not only this game, it happened only a couple times this game, but throughout the season as well.
Yeah, it's a style of offense that isn't necessarily intentional with the hit-and-run. It's been 5 straight foul balls here to Daniel, and he takes, that's a ball. And, I talked about it with Cody Dennis earlier and Cameron Hardenstein earlier this season. They said we don't really give signs all that much. It's kind of just a communication thing over at first with Cody Dennis, the first base coach. And then sometimes coming in and out of innings, they'll say, all right, we want to be aggressive here if we get somebody on, or this pitcher, we've got a good delivery timing, and you look at the math, it's in their favor as Ainsworth goes. Daniel rips it down the left field. Line of that one's fair. Into the corner. Rounding third is Ainsworth. He gets the wave. He's going to score. Daniel into second with a 1-out RBI double, and it's 11-5.
Yeah, I was going to say that hit and run is mainly to stay out of the double play here with one gone or maybe even nobody out, but especially when you can put it out there into the outfield for a base hit. You have that advantage of the runner already being in motion, and that time a great job by Ainsworth, able to get the jump on it and be able to score easily from first base when that one's hit to the corner.
So another 2-hit night for Conlon Daniels. He's got 2 hits, reached the board safely as well. 2 runs scored under his belt, a chance to make it 3. Vermont has cut the lead down to 6. Joey Pagano to the plate. Oh, I feel like Kevin Garnett on this next line. Anything is possible here at Alumni Field.
Oh yeah,
runs are possible.
Not at a premium, let's say at the least. But after that, you know, Coach Sean McKenna stood up out of his chair, looked over at the bullpen, and also, yeah, there we go. He's going to come out and late. You just saw TJ Schuyler go up to the mound, also, you know, have a talk to him, maybe buy some more time for Marcello Mastroianni to get loose, but here he is.
So the day is done for Aiden Decker Petty as he goes 1 1/3, allows 2 hits. The runner, and Conlon Daniel at second is his runner. We'll get a new arm inserted into the game, and we'll tell you all about him when we come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner tonight of $8 in the tennis ball toss is Celine Chickering. Congratulations.
Conlon Daniels aboard at second base. Joey Pagano coming to the plate in a 6-run ball game. Here in the top of the 6th, Vermont trying to battle back into this one after 7 unanswered runs. Previously, before this last one, got them out to that 11-4 lead. They've cut it to 11-5. A new arm inserted into the game, Marcello Mastroianni.
Yeah, Marcello Mastroianni, the junior from Duke University. He's a confident guy. He's really wanted to get out there. Only made 2 appearances so far this season, but he's touted. It's been in 2 wins, you know, in close games. He's obviously run into some walk trouble with 3 walks and just 2 2/3 innings pitched. Has that strikeout stuff as well, but he did allow that a couple of home runs, just a few home runs, which has been costly for him as he's had 6 earned runs in those 2 2/3 innings pitched. So now this is a big time for him. It is a hitter's ballpark. Like he knows what he's getting himself into, but this is a time where you get those innings down with a lead like this, try to get your team back to the dugout, and those bats are hot as well on the SwampBats side. You want to get them back and deliver even a bigger lead for yourself.
Of course, he enters the game in what I would consider relatively low leverage stakes, with it being a 6-run lead for Mastroianni. He's got to feel a little bit more confident versus coming and pressing in a closer game with a runner on second. Instead, 1 out, he only needs 2 more to get out of the inning and keep it 11-5.
Yeah, and this is a guy that's going to come up to you and shake your hand no matter who you are. He's a talkative guy, very friendly. You know, he's a great teammate. One of the louder guys on the bus, I'd say. He hasn't had an appearance on a road game, but he definitely makes an appearance on the bus on the way to and from those games. One of the guys that are louder during games of Mafia and things like that. He gets voted off very quickly in those as well. But, you know, a guy that, you know, is a very friendly guy, great teammate, and he wants his outings. He's confident in his stuff. He knows he can. Obviously, last time out at home, he also was getting yelled at for, you know, touching his hat in the ball, so they didn't like. He was just working into some trouble, and he had to throw a ball away. And, you know, this time, looking for some redemption.
Chance for redemption as he gets his 3rd outing of the season. Just quickly flips back over to the shortstop.
It's a great throw.
It was. As he stepped off, Conlon Daniel is a threat to move at second. He'll probably score on the ball into the outfield. Pagano at the dish. Got a double tonight and 2 walks for Joey Pagano. First pitch to him, he shows bunt and pops it foul.
Interesting to see the bunt down by 6 runs, you know? I mean, obviously trying to make something work, but the team has been putting the ball in play hard, so it's not like they're trying to find answers. So down trailing by 6. I'm a little surprised by that bunt attempt.
Trying to catch them sleeping a little bit. I doubt. Yeah, maybe he does show it again. We'll see. There's Marcello Mastriani, the left-hander, kicks and the pitch. So it's popped up into foul territory and out of play. One out here in the inning. 0-2 count to Joey Pagano.
And Pagano is someone who's reached base all 3 times so far. So, you know, the bunt attempt, if he's got it in his arsenal, definitely go to it. But like I said, trailing by 6, runner at second. Last thing you want to do is give up outs. You want to keep getting base runners on and keep chipping away at that deficit.
0-2, Daniels off, pitches in the dirt. The throw down from the catcher, Schuyler, is not in time. Stolen base number 3 of the night for Vermont. Approaching their season average of 4. Daniel 90 feet away.
And from the dugout of the SwampBats, I think it was the coaching staff, Sean McKenna yelling, Marcello, get your guy here. And even though it's a guy at third right now, less than 2 outs, a lot of opportunities for him to score. You also have 2 strikes on this hitter, and you're up by 6 runs. Get your guy, attack the hitter.
Got a rips of that one foul right over to Andrew Hillsman. Tried to play it off the bounce.
Great play, Andrew. Great play. Couldn't field the carom, huh? Get in the front of the ball, guy.
Good effort. Got him a glove. Help him out.
I can't talk. I got hit by a pitch. I got hit by a foul ball.
Oh, yeah?
In the air. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Got to stay ready.
Oh, yeah, you got to stay ready over there for sure. You can't, you know, when you're preparing for segments over there as a silent reporter, you can't be looking at your phone for too long.
That's fair. Time's called right at the kick for Mastriani. It's a loud time call from home plate umpire Robert Strempek.
Yep. Dugout also yelling at him again. I think it was his teammates this time saying, hey, relax. You still have him with 2 strikes. Get after him right here.
Daniel at third. Mastriani 2-2. Swing and a miss. Gets the strikeout of Pagano. It's 2 gone.
Well, there's that slider. Went to it. Bottom half of the zone. Able to get him fishing for it. And great job. Even though you lose that pitch on a pitch clock violation, you don't let it affect your confidence immediately going right after him. Leaving that runner at 90 feet away, now with 2 outs.
So here's Charlie Rogan. He's had an eventful night. Found out he was playing 10 minutes before first pitch. With 2 outs, he swings away. That pitch gets to the backstop, though. Conlon Daniel comes home to score. So it's 11-6 on a pitch that was way outside. And the lead is now 5 for Keene.
Yeah, just lost the grip there. I think he was trying to go back to the slider and just slipped out of the hand. Once again, a hot night. So the fingers might have been slippery and lost command. Got it by Schuyler.
So I believe that will go down as a wild pitch that is also a strike.
Interesting.
So the count's 0-1. See it skip to the backstop and Daniel able to trot home. So it's 11-6. Vermont gets 2 back in the inning. It's 0-2 here to Rogan as he whiffs at that offer.
That slider's working for him. That's 3 straight times he's gone to that pitch. So the crowd's starting to do that 2-strike clap. Is he going to go back to that slider to put him away?
The Rec and Alumni Field both have slow building clap, and they implemented here with 2 strikes and 2 outs. The 6 and the pitch. Mastriani cannot get the outside corner from home plate umpire Robert Strempek, and it's 1-2.
I think it was a good call there. Obviously went with the fastball that time by Marcello, but misses off the plate. Surprised that he went to the fastball off the plate. Maybe he tries to go in next time with it.
Chance to play around 0-2, now 1-2. See if he challenges him closer. Swing and a miss. Rogan went around on this slider. So 3 strikeouts in the inning here in the 6th, but Vermont does get 2 back. They cut the lead to 5. 2 runs, 1 hit. Nobody left. Bottom 6, it's 11-6.
What makes a great team hat? It starts with a Z. For decades, Zephyr has been making the most iconic headwear in the game, trusted by teams, colleges, and pros. We cut out the middleman and work directly with our manufacturers, so you get top quality, fast turnaround, and prices that make sense. From bold designs to unbeatable fit, Zephyr hats are built to match the quality of your team, right down to the last stitch. Zephyr Team Headwear, born from experience, built for teams that stand out.
Got some defensive substitutions as Cohen Smith is back out there in this 11-6 ball game. Rocco Pellegrino, Ryan Fitzpatrick with you. First, a word from our sponsors over at Zephyr Caps. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL, also known as the Z-Hats. Zephyr is the authentic college hat with over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Vermont or Keene official on-field cap today. So Cohen Smith is the new arm, or not the new arm, the current arm into the game. We got some defensive substitutions. These are the new guys that are taking the field. Ty Acker is in at second base for Foster Apple. And Ashton Gillio is now in right field for Sam Gates. The rest remains the same. And for Keene, it'll be 6, 7, 8 Marshall Lipsy, that home run, the grand slam in the first, leading things off. Ripken Reese, TJ Schuyler to follow.
And you're going to see a lot of this throughout the rest of this game. Just the Mountaineers sticking with these arms out of the pen. You're not going to have a tight leash until, you know, this thing gets a lot closer here. You're going to have deliver that longevity out of the pen right now, just because of how not the opposite of steep of that bullpen is. I mean, they're tight. They don't have a lot of arms.
Final lines for Jordan Savignon, who got the start for Vermont. He goes 2 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs. Of course, the grand slam from Marshall Lipsy, who's at the plate, just swung and missed at that offering. 1 walk and 3 Ks for Savignon. Outside of the grand slam, which I know it is funny to say that, it was only 350 to center, so I will say it. Got to back him. Adam Martin, 2 innings pitched. He allows 7 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned. No walks or strikeouts. Cohen Smith, this is his second inning of work. He allowed 4 hits and 3 earned runs his first inning outs. Approaching 20 hits on the night for Keene. They need 4 more. Would that be a season high? I'm not sure. Probably.
It is, yeah. No, yeah, it is. It is.
I would expect 16's probably the season high.
It is, yeah.
Tried to do some digging on the NECBL's single game hit record. Could not find anything, unfortunately. There wasn't a single game team hitting record in the record book, but maybe we'll get something from somebody listening. So if you know it, let us know. 2-2 count. Cohen Smith at the plate, or pardon me, Cohen Smith on the mound facing Lipsy at the plate, who's 3 for 3 tonight. Count's full.
Yeah, Lipsy's having a great day, especially after a few games ago where he was diving into the fence in Upper Valley, curled his arm up, thought something was wrong with his arm, but it was just a cramp, and was able to fight through it and play the rest of that doubleheader, and now delivering a great game so far.
Grounds one to the left side, trying to reach base for the 4th time tonight, and he will. It's Braden Smith over at third. I think smartly decides to hold that one after a couple of forced throws over, and the leadoff batter in Lipsy's aboard for the 4th time and with a single.
Yeah, Smith had no chance at that one, especially even with Lipsy's speed heading down the line. You're not going to have that play, so no chance to try to force it. Great job putting it in his back pocket.
So here's Ripken Reese, not Francisco Lindor. Not to be confused with the walk-up song.
I know you like that one.
Yeah, Mets guy in the booth.
Philly guy in the booth. Yeah, you guys got a nice walk-up song for.
Okay, for who? There's a couple.
A-OK.
Bryson Stott.
Yeah, Bryson Stott.
Yeah, I actually answered that that's my favorite MLB player walk-up song.
No, it doesn't beat My Girl.
All right, that's fair. I mean, it's a good one. I'll give it to you.
No, that is
1-0 count. Grounded over to Ty Acker, just inserted into the game. Casual toss over. That's out number 1. Runner advances to second in Lipsy.
Interesting to see TJ Schuyler still in this ball game. I know obviously with a few games back to back, you don't want to use your catchers too much, but it has been a hot one, and they've stuck with Schuyler behind the plate.
As you said, TJ Schuyler to the dish. A double his last time up in the 5th. Came around to score as well on the 3-run shot, the 3rd homer of the night. Off the bat of Dylan Cupp as he rips one foul over the bleachers, thankfully over the bleachers.
Yeah, heads up over there. That would have been a tough one to take on. 95 miles per hour.
Yeah, look alive. Charlie Rogan at first dealt with one that was, I think, 98.
Yeah.
0-1. Smith has this one pumped into the air off the bat of Schuyler. Daniel back at the scoreboard, leaping up, and it's off the wall. Coming around 3rd and stopping there is Lipsy. In the 2nd with a 1-out double is TJ Schuyler.
Yeah, Lipsy couldn't score off of that one. He had to go back and tag at second base, so he did a great job of, trying to take advantage of if he does make that catch, maybe even score when you're coming off the wall like that, but ball goes off the wall, and better safe than sorry. Staying at 3rd, less than 2 outs, you can still have plenty of opportunities to score.
Good effort from Daniel in center, who really ran out of room, jumped up. He might have kept that from going out, not totally sure. Would have been hitting the wall either way. Tough to tell. So with 1 out, here's Andrew Bell. 2 singles tonight, 2 for 3. Infield in, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Vermont trying to keep this a 5-run game. Keene closing in on 20 hits on the night. They've got 18. Ground ball in play. Smith looks right at the runner, fires the first. That's a big out. 2 gone, and the infield will retreat back to their normal spots.
Yep, good job. Go look, check the runner, fire over the first. Just like that. A big opportunity to get out of the inning for Cohen Smith.
Cohen Smith faces the bases loaded. Pardon me, 2nd and 3rd with first base open, I should say. As Dylan Cupp comes to the plate. Bottom of the 6th inning. From Alumni Field. Into the 9 o'clock hour, Smith trying to keep it a 5-run game. And his first pitch is up high, 1-0.
You're always thinking about the what-ifs, and if the SwampBats are able to hold on to this one, it makes you really think if they were able to do this on a scheduled game on Monday and did what they were able to do for the rest of that week last week, if they were able to break the NECBL's win streak, if they won the game against the Mountaineers for the 2nd time in a row, and they play them Sunday and Monday back, and then you go on and you play those rest of the games for the rest of the week. They went on 11-game winning streak. If they had that extra game that didn't get rained out last Monday, maybe they would have broke it with 12. But this game does have to end at some point.
That is true.
It's never over till it's over.
That is true. But yeah, I don't blame you for looking ahead. It's in for a strike. 2, Dylan Cupp looking ahead now for Keene. Play North Shore tomorrow at home, 6:35 p.m. first pitch against the Navigators, who are closing in on the win. The Navigators are trying to end that losing streak. Vermont will host Martha's Vineyard. 2-1. Furl down, they say he did not go. Cupp, the leadoff batter. This is his 5th at-bat in just the 6th inning. Goes to show you how many times this team has been able to reach tonight. The pitch. Cupp fouls it back.
He's been able to reach base every time he's been up, which has been very impressive. Even with the fielder's choice back in the 4th, where he got on and able to continue the inning.
Lipsy over at 3rd. He's 4 for 4 tonight. Schuyler is at 2nd. He's got 2 doubles to his name. The pitch to Cupp. Fouled back into the netting. Do the payoff again.
Cupp has also scored 4 times out of the 3 times he's been on base. With that fielder's choice beating out the double play back in the 4th, he scored on the home run followed by Herring and hit his own home run in the 5th and scored on another home run back in the 1st of the Grand Slam.
Doing it all.
Doing it all.
Trying to add to it. Swings and misses as Cohen Smith gets the strikeout. Joey Barron tags him out. So Cohen Smith able to leave 2 stranded as we're through 6. Going to the top of the 7th. Ryan Fitzpatrick, you'll take back over and take us the rest of the way when we come back.
Sure.
Lucky ticket time, ladies and gentlemen. This is for an axe throwing gift certificate at the Keene Axe House on Main Street. 365-7992. 365-7992. Bring that to the swap shop to get your axe throwing gift card to Keene Axe House. 365-7992.
Heading into the top of the 7th, but before we get into that, we'll head over to our silent reporter, Andrew Hillsman. Andrew, what you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Well, it's been a fun one to watch here at Alumni Field. 11-6, the SwampBats lead. And coming into tonight's game, head coach Sean McKenna is 3 wins away from 100 total victories as SwampBats head coach. You see there, Marty Testo leads the way with 140 wins, followed by Mike Sweeney, who racked up 139 wins in his career. So Sean McKenna quickly approaching that century mark. He'll most likely get it in the next couple of weeks, so that'll be an exciting thing to watch. But SwampBats in control, 11 runs on 18 hits. It's been an offensive masterclass here against the Vermont Mountaineers. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. As yes, indeed, the SwampBats are just 5 runs over the opposing Vermont Mountaineers. 11-6, and Sean McKenna, head coach, is looking for just a few more wins to get to the century mark. And how rewarding, really, could that be as a coach? You know, it's 100 wins is a lot, especially in seasons like this.
I would love to tell you, but I haven't won 100 games. I'm sure it's very rewarding. I'm sure it's going to be a great feeling. I would love to, you guys should go get the interview. Go ask him. I'm sure he's looking forward to it.
Yeah.
If he knows, do you think he knows? Does he know the numbers coming up?
You know, the guy's just so focused on ball. I mean, he's a guy that does not care about the outside noise. He doesn't care about anything outside the lines of on the field. Just inside those dugouts and on the field product is all that matters to him. Any media, noise, fans, whatever. He wants to make sure that the result is put out on the field, and if his guys are good enough to go and get it.
I love that.
Yeah,
it's a good answer.
He's a hard guy to get in an interview because he's just so in the zone at all times, and it showed up in the record books. He has had a lot of success out on the field. As Marcello Mastroianni's back on the mound for the SwampBats, he fires the first pitch slider away for ball 1. Leading off for the Vermont Mountaineers is Braden Smith. He's 1 for 2 tonight, a strikeout and a single. The 1-0 inside for ball 2.
You know, this is the stupidest phrase I think in baseball, but there's no such thing as a 5-run homer. So you just got to get guys on right now. Hey. Vermont, just got to keep churning away. They got 2 back in the last half inning. Just got to keep it going however you can.
And you know what? That is not a stupid reference because it's true. You can't get right back into it with one swing at all right now. You're going to have to chip away slowly, and that's exactly what the Vermont Mountaineers have to do. And it all starts with smart bats as well. As Marcello Mastroianni fires his first strike in there. The 2-1. Inside with the fastball.
Yeah, Braden Smith playing third tonight. Normally the first baseman or the DH. Charlie Rogan inserted into the lineup late. Didn't really matter. Hernandez was going to play first either way, but.
And it has to make you think, as Marcello adds a strike on there, he has to think if that played a factor in those choppers down the third baseline or when he was in the field and he short on the arm of them. Is that something that is a result of him being used to being a first baseman?
Probably used to playing first a little bit more, that's for sure. You know, not totally comfortable fielding shallow ground balls at third.
Firing it across the diamond. The 3-2. Off the outside corner for ball 4, so a leadoff walk for the Mountaineers.
He's comfortable at the plate, though. 2 walks tonight and a single. He's feeling pretty good up there.
Yeah, if he just didn't get caught stealing early on back in the third. It was a tight ball game at that point as well, and you'd have to wonder back in the third with runners at the corners where he decided to go for it and try to get into that rundown, as we mentioned. The tying run was just 90 feet away, so maybe if you let the batters, go up and have a chance to hit, might have been a different factor here, but SwampBats still lead 11-6. And first pitch is fouled away. Newly entered into the game is Acker stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, I don't really hate the double steal. I like it. I think it's worked pretty well so far for Vermont. So, I mean, I think they're probably 3 for 4 now in the season doing it. That was the first time. I don't think that the double steal didn't work with the timing of the runner from third going. Sometimes I think there was one miscommunication earlier in the year.
That one's in there for a called strike. Count now 0-2.
But I mean, sometimes with the way that the offense had slowed up these last 2 games, you're trying to steal a run is the way I would consider that double steal, and just didn't work out. So, yeah, of course, looking back when it doesn't work, it's easy to say. Probably shouldn't have done it. But, I'm not a hindsight guy. Sometimes I am.
No, it's a check over at first base from Marcello. It's very easy to say, oh, he shouldn't have done that. But that run nearly did score at home. So it almost worked out as, back early on, I was in the 3rd inning. So nearly, Rogan was coming home from 3rd, nearly scored on that one. That's a great pick behind the plate was TJ Schuyler. He corrals that one for the first ball.
Good catching play tonight. The backstops from Bennett Sheeler, who got the start for Vermont. And, of course, TJ Schuyler, been very good.
And with that deep backstop, it is so important to keep that ball in front of you because that one goes for a while, and you might actually get 2 advancements from that if you let it go that far. Driven up the middle, fielding it on the backhand, dives. He can't corral it, and he'll have no throw, but keeps it in front of him as all runners will reach safely. So 2 on with nobody out now for the Mountaineers.
Good job for Ty Acker. Comes in as the pinch hitter in that situation.
Yeah, came into field at second base in the previous inning, had his first at-bat, and delivers a nice base hit. Marcello Mastroianni has some early trouble now here in the top of the 7th as he ditches the ball he was just using and asks for another. And also a great play there by Bell, keeping that ball in front of him, making sure the runner at second, Smith, stays there. That ball rolled into the outfield. It could have been a slow roller and enabled Smith to reach 3rd with nobody out. Smith leads off a second. First pitch is taken outside for ball 1.
And I think the other thing that's encouraging tonight for Vermont is that this is a pretty good Keene pitching staff. And, of course, you could say hitter's ballpark. They haven't hit a homer. So, I mean, it's been 10 hits and 6 runs that haven't really been requiring the hitter's ballpark, so to speak. So that's a plus, I would say.
Marcello with another ball as he fires that one over the plate for strike 1. 773 pitches have been thrown tonight, combined by both teams.
700?
And that all starts with the deep counts that we've had, the amount of foul balls on close pitches. Wow. It's been insane. So that might get up to 300 pitches tonight.
Oh, I think you said 700. Okay, all right. It's like that doesn't make sense.
270.
270. Okay, all right. Dude, you scared me. That was like 700. I was like, that can't be right.
Until 2 a.m. Are you kidding me? No, 273.
Okay, well, that's still pretty. That's a large amount.
Nearly 300 we will cross soon enough. As Marcello Mastroianni looks to get his team back in the dugout. Nobody out still. That pitch is high for ball 3.
I know. I mean, look, I said it earlier. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
arms
just gotta get guys on.
Yeah.
They're doing it.
Arms are continuing to get loose as the submarine pitcher in for the SwampBats, and Andrew Lapine still continues to get loose. The 3-1 pitch is fouled back and out of play. On the count full.
He's running around on the border of the outside part of the zone. Shrek, I don't blame him for getting aggressive. He's been red hot. He's got 2 hits tonight, and he's reached safely in what is now 6 of his last 7 appearances.
Smith leads off a second, Acker off a first as Marcello Mastroianni asks for another new ball. He doesn't like that one. He's very picky with what pitches and balls he likes to throw over the plate.
Yeah, I'm sure the heat and the sweat's probably playing a fault. Maybe not. He just got that one and threw it back.
Doesn't like that one either. I mean, this guy's a character. He's gonna ask for the ball he likes, and
he likes that one.
And you're behind the plate, and you're Robert Strimpek behind the home plate, the umpire, and he's like, all right, whatever. Take as many as you need. The crowd gets set for the 3-2. The pitch, fouled back once again. You know what? At this rate, we might see 700 pitches with how many foul balls. It is insane the amount of arms that might have to be used in this one as well. I mean, hitters are seeing the ball well today.
When I thought you said 700, I was doing the math. I was like, there's been, what, 6 guys that have thrown in this? It's like, that can't be right.
That's not math right there. I mean, jeez. But yeah, 273 before this batter. After a good few pitches thrown now. Marcello Mastroianni looking to do something and get a couple outs on the board. Still a double play possibility. The payoff pitch coming. On the swing, he struck him out. So looks like Shrek did not think he swung there. He started to start his trot over to first base, but he does not get the call. It'll be called strike 3 on the swing as he'll retreat back to the dugout for the first out. The coaching staff, looks like Coach Smith having some words with the home plate umpire, saying he didn't go on that, but it looks like he did. And that was the call. You're hearing the dugout over there by the Mountaineers. They're shouting, trying to get the attention of the home plate umpire, but the call was the call. Still with 2 runners on here with 1 away. Lefty batter steps in to face Marcello. First pitch off the inside corner for ball 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good slider for sure. And, you know, I didn't really get the perfect look at him. I'm not totally sure, but, you know, I just thought he would probably defer down the first base umpire, which did not, but it's all right.
Barron takes that one over the plate for the first strike. The dugout continues to cheer on Marcello as he worked himself into some more trouble in this inning. But he's yet to suffer his own blemish. The wild pitch scoring an inherited run in the previous inning as the spikes the slider there in front of the plate for the second ball.
Still been pretty good at plate approaches thus far for Vermont. I mean, you would expect sometimes where you're down 5 and you start swinging away early in counts. Guys are still taking pitches. Mastroianni has done a good job battling back into those counts he's been down in.
Sets the 2-1. Fouled away, and that'll even the count at 2.
So Joey Barron getting his second plate appearance tonight.
So he goes with the fastball there as well. And with that slider he has, especially when you had Barron out in front of that fastball, probably will go back to that slider if he's out ahead of the fastball. Has him down with 2 strikes. The 2-2. Misses with the slider, and that'll run the count full. So, will you see some hit and run action here we've seen so far today? 2 runners on, 1 out. Smith leads off a second. Shrek leads off a first. That's actually Acker leading off a first. The 3-2. Runners hold as that one's bounced to second base. Coming in on it is Bell. Hits the runner, and he'll be called out, and it'll be a dead ball. So Acker running into that grounder. He'll get called out, and now there's 2 gone.
Yeah, he's just trying to block the vision because it is his base path. So he's able to run in that base path and just try to kind of get in the way. But if it hits him, of course, like it did, and he didn't argue it as well. So he knew it immediately. Take a look at the replay.
Yeah, that one bounced off of the back of him as well. Bell, without a doubt, said it hit off him. He would have had to play on that. And his play would have been the first base as well. So maybe if you're the base runner there in Acker, you let him receive that ball, even though it doesn't seem like he really tried to get in the way of the sight of that. I think he was just running straight up.
Yeah.
But, you know, that you would much rather play it first than 2 runners on in scoring position with 2 outs. And this time, you have 2 runners at the corners. But it'll be a pitching change. Looks like they're going to go to the submarine pitcher as Marcello's day is done. Little bullpen change for the SwampBats. We're in the top of the 7th.
attention, please. Now pitching for SwampBats from Stetson University, in Winter Springs, Florida. Number 3, Andrew Levine.
Andrew Lapine on the mound here at Alumni Field as the SwampBats have a 5-run lead, looking to get some action from their submarine pitcher in Andrew Lapine, the sophomore from Stetson University.
Stetson, we got a couple of hatters in this game. Of course, Vermont's representing with Foster Apple, who was just taken out of the game. Paul Napolitano on the bench tonight. Maybe he'll see a pinch hit situation or defensive substitution. Bryce Gluckman in the pen. But yeah, a lot of hatters tonight represent. And enters into a pretty big spot. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Vermont had the bases loaded, and they left them stranded back in the 5th. You go back to that, and of course, if they're not able to capitalize here, you might be thinking, man, they could have made this a game, but 5-run ball game. Pitching just didn't really come to pitch tonight, unfortunately, for the Mountaineers. Keene came to bat, and that's how we got here, 11-6.
Well, still in the 7th inning, and every game Andrew Lapine has appeared in so far this season, in his 4 appearances, each game the SwampBats have won. So far in his 4 appearances, he's tallied 6 in the 3rd innings pitched with 8 strikeouts and only allowing 3 walks in that. So he's definitely limiting the free passes with that strikeout stuff that he has.
And of course, looking for any out he can here, but if he gets into that clean inning the next half inning, yeah, definitely be key.
Yeah, and if he retires this batter, I'm sure they're going to set another inning or 2 of work because of how long this game has been. And you know, there hasn't been 700 pitches thrown, but there's been almost 300 at this point, and you want to save your arms to this point of the game with the lead as it's at. But runner off of 1st and 2nd as they send the runner back to 2nd as well after the interference, which was interesting. So looks like Barron will be at 1st base, and over at 2nd, Smith stays. So they sent him back from 3rd to 2nd base after the runner running into the ball was accurate. That one's fouled away.
It's Ashton Gillio at the plate, getting his first appearance tonight after being inserted in as the right fielder for Sam Gates.
Gillio from Lafayette, Colorado, goes to Dawson High School, just graduated about over a year ago at this point. And he's behind in the count, 0-2.
Representing the Hoyas with that batting helmet.
That's right. Lapine sets. The pitch. Hits the batter, and the bases will be loaded. So Lapine drilling the first batter he sees, and now has some trouble to work out of.
Once again, bases loaded. And you go back to that 5th inning for Vermont. Missed opportunity, stranding the bases loaded. Now here's Addison Ainsworth, who's been swinging a pretty good bat tonight. Reached twice via walks and then 2 hard-hit lineouts. Big spot here.
Yeah, Ainsworth also has that speed as well. Saw him run pretty well, although he did get cut down at the plate back in the 1st inning. The first pitch to him is up and out for ball 1.
76, and of course, you look at that wind up in the release point. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not easy to adjusting to that as a hitter when you've seen a couple of flamethrowers like they did. As that one's driven to left field, that's going to fall for a base hit. Rounding 3rd is Barron. He's going to hold up there as the throw comes into the plate. It'll be, the bases will still remain loaded after run scores. It's 11-6 now, 11-7 now.
Yeah, right stop sign there. It would have been definite out, and a great throw from O'Brien. Just keep the baton turning, and Conlon Daniel, who's also been hot, just continuing to churn away. Vermont, they've gotten 3 unanswered here. They fell down 11-4, still coming to fight, still coming to bat.
When you have a submarine action like this, the ball doesn't come flying out of the hand like it does out of an overhand pitcher, but able to wait back on at that time as that one is flared down the right field line. That's going to go foul. No play will be made on it. Boy, are these kids ready to field something out down that right field line. Balls have been flying over there all game, so with how many foul balls have been hit today, I'm sure Souvenir Fest has been crazy.
Yeah, Souvenir Fest.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like an official name.
Souvenir Fest at night here at Alumni Field. As that one's driven to deep center field. Going back on it is Lipsy at the track, and it's out of here. A huge home run to get the Vermont Mountaineers back into this game. It's a one-run ball game. It's a tie ball game here at Alumni Field. It's a huge comeback for the Mountaineers in the 7th. After that, grand salami.
My, oh my, Conlon Daniel. Whew. Are we kidding me? I mean, it just kind of felt like this was going to be a high-scoring game, and it felt like Vermont left the bases loaded in the 5th, and if they got another chance, they were going to capitalize, especially with that guy at the plate and Conlon Daniel. Wow.
Well, as you saw there, he got the off-speed pitch, 69 miles per hour to the hand, and he was able to release it 91 miles per hour. Killed that pitch to center field. And you said no runs have been recorded through the long ball, but that time a grand salami to tie. That one's dribbled off the plate for a foul ball. That'll even the count at 1. So what a ball game we've seen here, Rocco.
Yeah. I mean, my goodness. Just chaotic. I mean, I asked you earlier during the break, how many runs was the highest you've seen this year? And when you said 8-7, I was just shocked by it. 11, 11, 18. It's unreal.
We have a few more innings to go here, Rocco.
Yeah.
You can't count the Mountaineers out so far this season. They're keeping it interesting. The 1-1 on the inside corner for strike 2. So some more bullpen action for the SwampBats is Todd Knibbie getting loose as the top end arm for the SwampBats is getting ready to come in. As that one's driven up the middle, Bell working to his right, firing on over to first. It is in time, and that will end the inning, but a 5-spot put up by the Mountaineers. They tie this ball game. It's 11-11 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. You're watching NECVO in Keene. Seventh inning stretch here at Alumni Field. Take me out to the ball game is being played, but the baseballs are saying take me out of the ballpark in this one as they've been getting smacked around this ballpark. Is 11-11 after a grand slam. Ties this ball game up at 11 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Wow, that's all I've got. I mean, it really just felt like a high-scoring game was brewing after that first inning, which, of course, it's easy to say that. There was a grand slam in the first inning, and Vermont also got a run of their own. But, wow, 11-11, 18 hits for Keene, 13 hits for Vermont. What a battle. What a battle.
A battle indeed, as now looks like the Mountaineers are sticking with Smith out there. Colin Smith putting this game, keeping it within reach, I guess you can say, after getting hit up a little bit in his first inning of work, but now settling in the previous inning. And how it has a tie ball game. It's any pitcher's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to keep grinding through these at-bats, right, if you're Cohen Smith. And he did a great job of that in the last half inning, was able to get out of it unscathed. Then now he enters in a tie game. I mean, it's just got to be a crazy feeling for Smith after exiting down 5, and now you're coming back, and this is a tie game in the 7th inning. It's a big spot.
And now he has a chance to tally a win under his belt if he can shut them down here, and the offense can put up some runs in the top half of the 8th. But the first pitch to Herring is fouled off. Of course, he's going to have to face the meat of the order for the SwampBats now. 2, 3, 4, and Herring, Perez, and O'Brien set off to face in this inning. The 0-1. Off the inside corner for ball 1. I mean, come on now, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been insane.
1-1 is taking in the dirt with the second ball on the board. So after the inning where a ton of errors were recorded on the field by the Mountaineers, they went into the dugout, and as our booth is above their dugout, we heard a lot of yelling, and as that ball is grounded over the first base, coming over and tagging the bag, and for the first out is Rogan. We heard a lot of yelling and words of encouragement in an aggressive manner for the Mountaineers dugout after that inning, and it seems like that's paid off for them. As after that, they've been able to clean this ball game up and get right back into it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the schedule for Vermont, you see the 2 blowout losses, but of course they were both close games that got ugly in the 7th and 8th. And it's been a team all year that even when they've fallen down early, they just continued to battle and continue to fight. And it just felt like eventually one of them in one of these games, they were going to actually battle themselves back into it and tie it. And they've done it tonight. But now, of course, there's that next step. You got to close it out. And however you could do it, it's going to be tough because, like we've said, they're very depleted on arms. It's the reality. You've got to figure out what you can get with Cohen Smith here.
As Smith misses inside for ball 2. Perez, he's 0 for 4 in this one. Something that we haven't seen from him yet this season is an 0 for. Yet to reach base in this one. Came into the game today batting 6 for 10. That's 600 in his first few games. Drives that one up the middle for a base hit. That'll be his first one of the ball game. So he turned on that fastball there, driving up the middle. And just like that, the SwampBats have their first base runner here in the bottom of the 7th.
I believe each team's had a base runner in every inning. I don't think there's been a 1-2-3 inning yet.
Nope, there has not. There has not been. No. Are you crazy?
Yeah. There was a 4 at-bat inning. That was it.
There you go. As the first pitch is off the plate. Appeal over to the second base umpire, and that is Alan Limbrodoni telling the Vermont Mountaineers dugout there was no swing on that. A tough appeal over to second base, as the Vermont Mountaineers are not happy with that.
Yeah, no, the dugouts have definitely come to life here.
Oh yeah, both of them. As that one's driven in the air to deep right field, hooking down the line. That one is off the fence. One hops the wall. Perez rounding third. He's gonna get the wave home. The throw is not in time. O'Brien with a stand-up RBI triple to put the SwampBats back in the lead. It's 12-11.
It just doesn't end.
No, and I don't think that's going to be the end of it either. So he got the fastball there. The lefty and O'Brien was able to hook it down the line. That one staying fair. One hop to the wall, and obviously with the grass out there, just killed the ball. And O'Brien able to make it over the third, standing here with still only 1 away. Looks like it'll be a mound visit so far, and you'd have to think, I mean, Smith has to be
thinking about
tired.
it, but it's not. It's Cameron Harnstein. When Harnstein comes out, the third base coach, it's not a call to the pen, so it's still Cohen Smith. But you just got whatever Cohen Smith's got in that arm, he's gonna unload it. That doesn't really matter what happens in this situation.
No, I mean, what do you tell your pitcher in this situation here? Hey, we got to stick with you. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's just the reality. He's still throwing in the 90s. He normally is topping out 91, 92, and he's got some left in the tank. It's not like his pitch count is that high, of course. It isn't exactly going the greatest for Smith. Just got to grind out these innings, and that's hit number 20 tonight for Keene.
We knew that it was gonna happen.
It was gonna happen.
It was gonna happen. But 25 might be in
order.
Is
it too early to say game of the year? I mean, come on.
Come on now.
I don't know.
There's plenty of ball left with how many runs have been scored in this game. Still with a runner at third and less than 2 outs, as the mound visit has finally come to a close, and that'll bring up the switch hitting with Nick Romano, who is familiar with the Vermont Mountaineers, as that first pitch is low for ball 1.
I mean, yeah, go back to that. Just every game between Keene and Vermont, is it going to look like this? This is 2 of 6, and both of them have been classics thus far. Of course, we're still in the 7th here But what we've gotten has been nothing short of spectacular.
I mean, grand salamis, 2 of them. When you get 2 grand slams in one game, who knows if that's the last one, Rocco?
Who knows? You gotta knock on wood on everything around here.
Well, O'Brien leads off a third after his RBI triple. The 2-0 is cut on and missed. A healthy hack at that one on the 2-0 count, and as Romano steps out of the box, patting his chest, letting the coaching staff know that was his bad. Romano trying to do too much there while he was ahead in the count. Still ahead in the count. The 2-1. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Good 2 back-to-back pitches. Gets Smith right back into this at-bat.
Move it, Nick. Move the ball somewhere, guy.
1-run ball game. The 2-2. On the outside corner, strike 3. Smith sits Romano down. That's 2 gone.
That's a big punch out for Cohen Smith, and that's got to build some confidence. The dugout really wanted that for him, and he got it. Strikeout number 2 of the night for Cohen Smith. Just one more, trying to leave that runner at third, and O'Brien after the triple stranded.
Well, here's Marshall Lipsy, who has 5 RBIs to this point of the ball game, responsible for the first big damage boom early on back in the first of the Grand Slam, as that one's taken off the outside corner for ball 1. Lipsy with 3 singles in this ball game as well. He's 4 for 4 on the day, and he's the man you want up here with 2 outs. As that one's driven to center field, that's gonna fall for a base hit. O'Brien trots in, a 2-out knock for Lipsy. It's 13-11 now.
Keeps on going, hit number 21. Isn't it funny that it's a 2-run inning and it feels like, yeah, kind of an average inning offensively?
I mean, come on now. This is just your average ball game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's your typical Monday night on a day that was supposed to be an off day for both of these teams. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And
rescheduled makeup game, right?
Rescheduled makeup game here at the Swamp, and balls are just flying. Well, Ripken Reese steps in now as the switch hitter. Pickoff attempt over to first base as Lipsy slides in safely. Ripken Reese has a couple singles to his name so far back in the first and the third inning. That one's off the outside corner for ball 1.
It's one of those box scores when you look at it, you can't really digest it in just one look. You just gotta dig even further and look at how this game's played out to just truly grasp it.
Runner goes. The throw over to second base is not close to in time as Marshall Lipsy swipes second easily. And you know, I don't blame the SwampBats in aggressive base running right now. Runs are huge here. You don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't blame them one bit. It's a 2-run game. Doesn't matter if it's 13-11 or 2-0.
And you mentioned the box score. I've seen you marveling over the past couple batters at your scorebook. The scorebook and the scoreboard as you've been just looking at, and you just marveled over the fact that this game has gone the way it has.
This is one of baseball's greatest gifts. I mean, this box score is phenomenal.
It's one of those slow games that you can really come to appreciate, that you're just happy you're here, you know?
Indeed.
13-11, the 2-1. Low for ball 3. Ripken Reese, 2 for 4. Flew out to right and grounded out to second in his last 2 at-bats, but obviously with the 2 singles looking to add to it. The 3-1, high for ball 4. Why not more couple base runners for the SwampBats? There is no action going on in the Vermont Mountaineers dugout. I mean, in the bullpen. I mean, that's as quiet as it gets over there. The bullpen is just empty at the bullpen. There's no action.
If you look at the roster, I'm trying to think of who else could go. Matthew Minkler pitched the other night, and he's a 2-way guy. And even then, he just pitched. But he's not really a 2-way player. He just pitched because he had to pitch. So that was the last resort. There's a couple guys that didn't make the trip because they're resting their arms and getting to the gym to lift. There's a few arms that pitched 2 nights ago that could pitch, but it would be, of course, 1 day of rest. It's just, there's really not a whole lot of options.
And there's a few more innings to go, and there's a couple more innings after this one to go.
Yeah.
As, you know, you're looking at Smith, who's missed his last few pitches. That how much more does he have left in the tank with zero action at all going over in Vermont Mountaineers bullpen? That one's in there for a called strike, so that'll be the 2-1 count now.
I'm going through the list. There's really nobody
that can pitch anymore.
Yeah.
They're going to have to start grabbing fans.
It's going to probably be Braden Smith next, who's playing third.
First, that 2-1 count is on the low and inside corner. Not even the count at 2.
Because all of these guys either pitched yesterday or the previous game, or not yet with the team. So there's just really not a lot of options other than going to position players like Braden Smith, who said he can pitch. I don't know if that's true, but
struck him out. Cohen Smith able to limit the damage. 2 come across, however, as the SwampBats regain the lead. It's 13-11. We're heading to the top of the 8th, as who knows what else is to come. Stick around, folks. We'll be right back.
In a moment, look out for the interns coming around with black trash bags and purple polos to collect your child.
Top of the inning. If it's the 8th here at Alumni Field. The stands are starting to clear out here as this one's heading late, but we have an exciting one on our hands, Rocco. I mean, we've seen runs being scored left and right by these two teams, and 13-11 lead for the SwampBats here, and it's not even close to over.
Yeah, I don't know how you clear out with this game going on, but either way, if you are here or you're with us, thanks for joining us. Happy you're here. We're glad we're here.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see what happens here. So, I mean, the reality of this is Vermont needs runs because they don't have many arms left. It's probably going to turn to a position player pitching. I see Cooper Montalbano. He's working out towards the bullpen. He's an actual pitcher, but he got the start, I believe, last night. So I don't know if he was below the pitch count threshold. He may just be going out there to talk. Either way, he's going out there. We've got Addison Ainsworth in the pen, I believe, who is the current designated hitter for the Vermont Mountaineers. Conlon Daniel, you see him. Conlon Daniel just had that grand slam. He's throwing right now. Conlon Daniel's the center fielder. That's just the reality of where we're at in this ball game, and that might be the reality that the Mountaineers are going to have to realm into in the 8th and 9th. So they need runs right now because they're probably going to need a couple if you have a position player out there. We'll see what happens.
Well, speaking of bullpen, the SwampBats have went to one of their best arms in Todd Knibbie, the Florida Atlantic University senior. And he has done a fantastic job in this season as he's 1-0 on the year, a 0 ERA in 4 appearances, 3.2 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, only allowing 4 hits, and is yet to allow a free pass, 0 walks. And with a 2-run ball game now, it's time to put your flamethrower in. Knibbie can ramp it up there with his fastball. First pitch in there, swing and a miss, strike 1. 92 mile per hour on that one.
Charlie Rogan, probably the guy you want up here to lead off this inning where you just need runs, of course, because you're trailing, and of course because of the situation for Rogan. He's been red hot tonight.
Unbelievable game here. That one's on the corner for strike 2. When you look at this spray chart here with how many pitches have been thrown in this game as well, it is unreal. We are well
400s?
Yeah, it's in the 400s. We're up over 420.
Dugout's waking up below us.
Man, the pitching staff is making the noise over there. You see Gabe Pitts on the right. You have Jason Peters. Everyone's making noise. I mean, guys, it's the game where everyone's awake, even though with how long this has gone. 0-2. Struck him out. Todd Knibbie starting his outing with a K.
It's one of the more energetic punch outs in the 8th you'll ever hear. And it was needed there to get Charlie Rogan. Now here's Braden Smith.
Who would have thought when this game was 11-4 that players would be getting amped up this much about a strikeout in the 8th inning?
And he threw 95 on the inside corner.
Yep. There it is.
Just no chance. Outside corner, pardon me.
Swing and a miss for strike one. Went right back to that one.
Yeah, he's throwing 95, and most of the guys that Vermont has seen tonight have been in the 90s, low 90s, some high 80s. You're going right to 95 now in relief.
It's unfair.
Look out.
4 straight strikes. The pitch. Strike 2.
It just takes a pitch or two to adjust. And unfortunately, in the reality for Vermont, you can't get that pitch or two to adjust because then you're down 0-2 and you're lost in the at-bat.
Crowd's going. Boop. Dugout's going. The 2-strike clap. Struck him out! A backwards K for Knibbie. There's 2 gone.
And all he's throwing is fastballs, and he's been locating it well. That one just right down the gut. Just disgusting with the 95, 96 on the radar gun. You just got to adjust to it, and it's so hard to tune up to that velocity when you haven't seen it yet tonight.
6 pitches, 6 strikes, 2 strikeouts for Todd Knibbie. He comes set. The first pitch to Acker is swung on and missed for strike 1.
Then he goes off speed 87 right after throwing 6 straight fastballs. I mean, good luck.
95 miles per hour. That's 7 straight. Knibbie comes set. Takes a breath, the 0-1. Off the outside corner as that'll squash the immaculate inning.
Each dugout just erupts after each pitch. I love it.
That did look just off the outside corner as he did just miss. Went back to that fastball, missing at 95 miles per hour. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. I don't know who's making more noise here, the dugout or the crowd.
If I'm Knibbie, I'm going right back to that fastball. I'm not playing around. 95, 96, throw it again, make Ty Acker beat you.
Here come the 2-strike claps. Is ahead of Acker. The 1-2. Went back to the off speed. There it goes, missing, low and inside for ball 2.
I'd still throw the fastball here again.
Yeah. That's like that reverse mindset there, trying to back foot him with that slider, get him to chase. He's looking fastball. Smart take there, but it counts even 2-2. Knibbie takes another breath. The pitch. Struck him out. 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts for Todd Knibbie. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th. It's 13-11. SwampBats lead. The SwampBats are fired up as they still have a 2-run lead as they head into the bottom of the 8th and looking to add to it as they get to bat 9-1-2. Starting to lead off the inning for them, and a new arm on the mound for the Mountaineers as a position player has made his way up to the bump.
Yeah, it's where we're at right now in this ball game, and it's going to be Conlon Daniel, the center fielder who has a grand slam tonight, is now going to be throwing on the mound. I'm doing some research. He didn't throw in his freshman year in Wright State. We're going to go digging now into the high school archives.
Oh, you're going to the high school archives?
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Well,
Just going to take a look.
Here's Conlon Daniel. He's going to Cincinnati now. He just transferred there. He stands at 6 foot. And it's hard to get the pitch arsenal on him, but he's looking to throw strikes here, get it over the plate, get ahead of hitters. And, I mean, it doesn't look like this is new to him, is that he just threw a curveball during warm-ups, and it didn't look too bad. That's what you want here. Someone that can, just limit the damage, get your bats back up for the top of the 9th. And I would not be surprised if Todd Knibb's heading in for the top of the 9th as well.
Yeah, and you're correct with that. Knibb's definitely going out there. And then B, Conlon Daniel is actually listed as on the Wright State roster from last year as a right-handed pitcher / outfielder.
Okay.
It looks like on the statistics that he didn't throw. So I guess he was qualified enough to list himself as a pitcher there. We'll see what happens.
I'm sure he had a few bullpen sessions.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's all you need sometimes. We're here in the NECBL. Some great ball has been played so far. Lots of hitting. He's taken some tape off of his hands as hitting coach for the SwampBats, Casey O'Brien, heads in to take that tape away from him. Here we go. I mean, it's definitely a day where both teams can smile. I mean, both teams are going to want to win this at the end of the day.
Of course.
But right now, both teams are locked in, but feeling good with how many bats have been put to ball in this one.
11 runs, of course, the grand slams for both sides. Conlon Daniel, one of them, who's batted toss a pitch. What a sentence that is.
First pitch from Daniel off the outside corner for ball 1, topping out 81 miles per hour right there. That's not bad from a position player. The guy from center field makes the throws to the plate. It's not his first time, as he gets that one over for the first strike.
I always wondered if you're the home plate umpire in that situation and a position player comes in, do you widen the zone? Probably not in a 2-run game.
Not in a 2-run
Of course,
game.
when it's, it's getting a little worse.
When you do see blowouts happen as he spikes that off-speed pitch at 67 miles per hour in the dirt for ball 2, you do see blowouts happen when position players come in and it does get widened. But this time,
he's laughing right now. He's smiling.
That was his curve.
Yeah, it was.
The 2-1. Just a bit high there for ball 3. I mean, what do you do here as the coaching staff? I mean, you're desperate for arms like this. You got to have another bullpen session with some more position players after this ball game.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, of course, always trying to recruit new arms, that's for sure.
Yeah. The 3-1. On the outside corner for strike 2. He dots it with an 80-mile-per-hour fastball.
That's some break on it, too. Almost 16 inches of break.
Woo. Already 5 pitches. The count's full. 3-2. Off the outside corner for ball 4. As that one was taken high. And a leadoff base runner for the SwampBats.
Yeah, I mean, of course, easier said than done. You just got to throw strikes here in this situation. If you're Conlon Daniel, but you just got to find the zone.
So a little discussion here with a couple of the umpires. Looks like, Alan Liberdoni, the third base umpire, called Coach Kevin over as home plate umpire Shapino coming in as well, having a conversation. Not sure if they're arguing the call or just a conversation in whatever it is, It's been a long day for this coaching staff. They're trying to figure out what they can do with these arms. It's been a tough ball game, but their bats have definitely backed them within a 2-run ball game. And why not get the hero who tied the game with a grand slam on the mound, looking to do something here. Suffered the leadoff walk, but has plenty to go. First pitch to Cup is swung on and missed for strike 1. Why not take a rip at the first pitch you see from a position player, huh?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm assuming you don't got a scouting report on it, so you just got to guess on the timing and the tempo. You can eyeball it from the previous at-bat.
Driven to center field, that's going to fall for a base hit. As the runners will go station to station, so 2 leadoff runners reach for the SwampBats with nobody out.
Yeah, I just feel like it's one of those situations, you know, you see it in the MLB sometimes when a position player throws and goes out there, or you just got to get contact and just hope it goes at somebody. You can't just walk the whole team. Just put it in the zone. Whatever happens, happens. That's what Conlon Daniel did on those last 2 pitches. And if it results in a hit, if it results in a homer, it results in a homer. Just got to put that one in the zone, hope a defender makes a play, and live to see another day.
And that last pitch on the base hit was his hardest ball he's thrown, 82 miles per hour. So he's starting to get warmed up out there, but it was hit pretty hard out to center field as the first pitch was taken outside. And that one's in there for a called strike.
He's had decent control of it. Pretty good command. I mean, he's been in and around the zone. There's been 1 or 2 that missed way off, but
the 1-1 is high for ball 2. Tonight's attendance in 575 on Pride Night here at Alumni Field in Keene, New Hampshire. Lots of folks came out to the ballpark today. 2-1. Driven in the air to left center field, going back on it and going over the head, bouncing off the wall. 1 run will score. And there'll be a stand-up RBI double for the SwampBats as 1 run's in. It's 14-11 now.
Yeah, ball's ripped. On the inside part of the plate, it wasn't really a hanger and it wasn't way off the plate. It was just a really good piece of hitting. Turned it into center field and giving it a shot out there in center. I believe it was Ainsworth who was in center, who was moved out there for Conlon Daniel. It is Addison Ainsworth.
And you put a position player in the game, the designated hitter position goes by the wayside now.
Yep.
Now 2 runners in scoring position with nobody out as Xavier Perez gets one through the infield as that one will go into foul territory for a base hit. 1 run will score, and Herring holds at third. There will be runners at the corners now with a base hit single. And nobody out still here in the inning, and they'll check on the shortstop in Shrek.
Hard hit ball going down to his right. And he's just a really hard-nosed guy. All the coaching staff, they love Thomas Shrek the way he plays because he's just so aggressive and not afraid to eat one off of the front of his body and put his body on the line. So he's just trying to shake that one off. But that was another hard-hit ball. Keene, they're, of course, seeing it kind of well out of the hand of Daniel. Just got to put it in play and rip it. And they've been doing that here in the 8th. They've been doing it all night. Didn't take a position player to continue to tack on the runs, but of course it helps.
Especially when you're an infielder playing in on the grass like this. It's tough with a position player on the mound. You know the ball's going to be hit hard. That time on his heels, ball bounces off. The runners stay put, however, with 1 run scoring on that, going station to station. It's a 4-run ball game. Daniel's still looking to throw. As Cone Smith is now in the bullpen working on some recovery. That's as far as action goes for the bullpen of the Mountaineers. O'Brien steps in as he fouls off that first pitch, and that'll go out of play. Runner goes, the pitch is in there for a called strike, and no throw is made over to second base, so Perez is a stolen base.
It's going to be tough to get outs right now. And you don't want to risk, of course, obviously the infield moved in too, so there's really no way to guard for that.
4-run lead for the SwampBats. That one gets away, but a great job blocking it and keeping it in front of them. Barron hops on it quickly. Herring on third. Perez leads off a second. Still here with nobody out. Daniel sets. O'Brien takes it off the corner for ball 2.
At 87.
87 miles per hour.
Yeah.
There he goes. He's feeling good. He's gotten warmed up. He's starting to hit his top speeds here. That one's flared on the left side. That one is falling fast and it'll drop for a base hit. One run will score, and Perez will hold on at third, so it'll be an RBI single for O'Brien as that weekly base hit extends the lead for 16-11 now.
25 hits.
Told you.
Unreal.
Told
Can
you.
Is 30 gonna happen? It might.
It might. I mean, still.
And of course, the
Nobody out.
blooper is he finally Conlon Daniel, the position player, gets some weak contact and it bloops in the center. I'm sure he's got to be laughing about it.
Yeah, you have the infield still playing in, and balls hit like that are almost very hard, next to impossible to catch as you're going back on that. Runner goes to second as O'Brien is going to jog in safely. Infield still playing in. They don't want to surrender any more runs, but there's a 5-run lead as Daniel's just smiling this one off. Still nobody out. Meat of the order still set to hit for the SwampBats. Romano takes that one for a ball. Counts 2-0. I mean, we might see another lead change in this one. Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, right.
But I don't know if they're going to keep Todd Kanibian. Who knows? Is that one swung on and missed for strike 1?
It's just impeccable baseball. I mean, we're digging into the archives now for the most number of runs in a total game, most number of runs for Keene, hits. We'll try to get all of it sorted.
Not enough, I guess, huh? The 2-1. Romano takes a healthy cut at that one, and it's for strike 2.
87.
87. He's getting it up there. The problem with that is, though, I mean, now you're throwing it as hard as the rest of the pitchers they've faced so far in this one. So it's not like you're seeing much difference. Crushed down the right field line, foul.
Yeah. Another thing, I feel like this is a game if you're an athlete in NCAA baseball and you're thinking about where should I go play summer ball and you're a hitter, you're going, oh, I'm going to go to Keene. If you're a pitcher, you're thinking, I'm not going to Keene.
Not going to Keene, no. It's worked out for some. Todd Kanivian,
yeah,
especially.
Really.
And 2-2 pitch. Fouled off and working back on his bear, and he might have room working to the fence. He will make the grab as he goes to a knee on the warning track. So the first out is finally recorded for Daniel, and the foul ball catch by Barron. Great job there for the first out.
And how about the heads-up play from Conlon Daniel to cover home plate? Because he very well could have forgotten to cover home plate, and then the runner from third could score. So there we go. He's heads up on the mound. Big catch from Joey Barron.
Yeah, great job there. Getting back towards the fence. Had a great read on it. And was able to slide in and make that catch. Now 1 away. Still 2 runners in scoring position. O'Brien leads off a second. Perez off a third. Healthy cut there by Marshall Lipsy for the first strike.
And he's getting some swings and misses. He's been hitting 87, that one 85. Tel obviously has the pitching background a little bit for sure.
Daniel ahead, the 0-1. Hits Lipsy on the shoulder right there, or on the elbow guard. Now the bases will be loaded here with 1 gone. He's getting it up there though, 86 miles per hour that time. Daniel's still laughing it off. He's trying his best out there. I mean, I know it's a hot day. You've been playing in the outfield all game, and not only playing the outfield, playing left field as well. So you're moving over left and right, coming into bat, hitting a grand slam.
That up. This got to be the most eventful baseball game for a player of all time. He hit a grand slam, has played now 3 defensive positions, and only technically 2 are listed officially because he was really the center fielder that just shifted back and forth into left against certain hitters. What a night. I mean, I don't even know how you summarize all that.
The 1-0 is driven deep to right field. He'll have room in right as Gilio makes the grab. A runner coming in to score. The throw, a good one, but it won't be in time, and it was just offline. And another run comes across for the SwampBats. It's 17-11.
My pen was just running out of ink.
I mean, come on. Still keeping score over there?
Oh, we're trying.
I don't know.
It's getting crazy.
I just gave up after the last batter, after the last run.
Keene's might bat around here if they send Andrew Bell back to the plate after TJ Schuyler here.
First pitch to Schuyler, swung on and missed. So, you mentioned a lot of activity for a player in one game, but there was a player that played every position in one game in the MLB. It was Andrew Romine for the Detroit Tigers, recent player to have them all 9 positions played in a single MLB game. He accomplished this in September 30th, 2017 against the Minnesota Twins. He became the 5th player in MLB history to achieve this. So,
wow.
Yeah. He started in the outfield playing left, center, and right for the first few innings, and then moved to the infield playing third base, shortstop, second in innings 4 through 6, and then he caught in 7th inning. I mean, why not put they should just switch positions out here. Barron and Daniels might as well at this point. Let the guy play catcher or something as Schuyler lifts that one into the swamp. So, I mean, there's been a lot of players. There's been players that played all 9 positions, but you know what? I mean, for a player that's played in the same inning, though, moving back and forth between center and left.
That's wild.
And on a hot day like this, too. That was in September, so think about the weather in September 30th. This is a hot summer day on June 23rd. And Daniels has gone from left to center to left to center, same inning, blah, 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 hitting a grand slam. Also, they didn't say the success that player had.
Yeah, I don't know if he had a grand slam. Probably
to tie the game. And then he comes on the mound and pitches. I mean, come on, that's got to be.
Do it all.
That's something. Full count now, 3-2. Fouled away by Schuyler.
88.
88. He's getting. Hey, he's getting warmed up.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's been throwing warm-ups from the outfield and center all day. I mean,
who's in the bullpen? Anybody?
No.
There's still a 9th inning.
No. The payoff pitch. High ball forward. I won 88 once again. Daniels goes to a crouch there, and looks like Barron asked if he was all right. Yes, he is.
So they've batted around.
Oh, yeah. And that'll bring up the bottom of the order now in Andrew Bell. He walked his last time up. He was the first batter of this inning as he flares that one to the right side. That one's hooking into foul territory, but coming in, making the grab on the foul line is Gilio, and that will retire the side. But a few more runs come across. It's 17-11. The SwampBats lead. We're heading to the bottom of the 9th, top of the 9th. Who knows what we have in store, folks? We'll be right back here watching the NECBL in Keene, New Hampshire. Well, we're here at Alumni Field, and if you take a good look at that scoreboard, it's been far from a boring ball game here, Rocco. 17-11 lead for the SwampBats. This game has been back and forth, believe it or not, despite the 6-run lead that the SwampBats had. It has been one heck of a treat.
Yeah, that's one way to put it for sure. I mean, I've got no words. And for someone whose job is to describe what's happening and to put words into what's going on in the field, I don't have many of them. 25 hits for Keene. And I think what's lost in that assortment of a scoreboard is the fact that this was an 11-4 game, and then it was an 11-11 game after the Grand Slam from Conlon Daniel. We've had 2 Grand Slams. We've had, what, 4 home runs? This is just remarkable.
And there's more baseball left, by the way.
There
3 more
is.
outs to recover from. Here's Todd Knibbe. He's back on the mound for the SwampBats as they're striking out the side in order his last time out here in the top half of the 9th, or the 8th.
Thomas Schreck at the plate.
Yeah.
Lost in the chaos.
Schreck leading off for the Mountaineers. First pitch to him by Knibbe. In there for a called strike. Goes with the breaking ball to start him off. It's 0-1. Knibbe sets. The 0-1 pitch. In there for a called strike 2, as the curveball once again hits the lower part of the zone. Goes back-to-back with 2 curveballs. Does he go have it for the 3rd time? Comes set. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball just misses the outside corner. It's 1-2. Nothing like 282-mile-per-hour curveballs and then
95.
If that nipped the corner, I don't know if you're swinging at that. That might have frozen. Still ahead. The 1-2 pitch. Struck him out. Todd Knibbe with 4 up and 4 strikeouts. There's 1 gone here in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, I just don't know what you do. I have no idea if you're a hitter. You just see 82, 82, and then you have the slider mixed in as well, and then 95, 96.
Yeah.
It's just tough.
It's tough. There's no way else of putting it. But there's 1 gone here in the top of the 9th. SwampBats with a 6-run lead, so it's still chip away time as Barron steps in for the Mountaineers. First pitch to him is fouled back.
You said Knibbe has allowed 2 runs this season, correct?
He has allowed 0 runs.
0 runs, okay.
0 runs. Yeah. 4 outings, 3 2/3 innings pitched, and has allowed 0 earned runs.
Earned runs, gotcha.
Earned runs, yeah. If we want to go back to Danbury,
okay,
he
cool.
did have over an inning of work there, an inning plus, I'd say, and he allowed 2 runs, but they weren't earned with some fielding mishaps. That one swung on and missed for strike 2.
Still, though, I mean, I'm impressed by the fact that Danbury's got 2 runs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Danbury did have their way against us back in game 1 of the season on opening day. But here's Knibbe ahead of Barron. Comes set. The 0-2 pitch. Struck him out. 5 up, 5 down with the strikeout for a tie.
I think he goes for 6. I'm going to...
Well, he nearly had the immaculate inning last time. Nearly. Now as 5 Ks, lineup flips over as the right fielder for the Mountaineers steps in Gilio. First pitch to him. Check swing. Says he went around for strike 1. And how about being a home plate umpire for this game? Robert Shrimpecki has definitely had one to remember as a home plate umpire. Definitely a busy day back there, getting yelled at. I mean, it has not been an easy one.
Yeah.
Knibbe sets the 0-1. That one's low. That'll be the first ball. Well, something you don't see is Knibbe evens the count at 1. Has yet to get to a 2-strike count after the first 2 pitches.
It's a plus.
The 1-1. Swung on and missed, and now the Mountaineers are down to their final strike. Todd Knibbe looking to make an impact, looking for a new school. Getting phone calls, looking to make it all pay off this summer in the NECBO. He's ahead in the count. He's set. The 1-2 pitch. Driven to right field, that's gonna fall for a base hit. The dugout implodes as a late 2-out knock keeps the Mountaineers alive And they have a base runner here and some life here in the top of the ninth.
That's got to feel great if you're Ashton Gillio. I mean, let's be real here. That's probably, there's MLB talent on that mound there in Kinneby. 97 that pitch was registered at. And with the nasty off speed he's got, 97. Anywhere in the zone, you feel great about putting that into play, and you feel great about a 2-out single.
97-mile-per-hour fastball. He's feeling it out there. That's what he tops. He's been topping out at that. I mean, he sits around 95, hitting 97 now. He's feeling really good. But great job by Gillio to hop all over it. The Mountaineers are still down to their final out, as Ainsworth swings and misses at the first pitch for strike one. SwampBats are on the top step looking to celebrate with their team when this one's over, trying to really put this one away. It's been one where they thought they had in the bag in the middle innings. They were up by 7 runs. Let that slip away, and now they find themselves with a 6-run lead. Runner goes, as that'll be defensive indifference. The runner swipes the bag, no throw, no coverage. Nothing like a free stolen base at this point, right?
Yeah, right.
Defensive indifference. The runner, Gillio, leads off a second here with a 1-1 count. Kinneby sets the pitch. Swung on and missed, and now the Mountaineers are once again down to their final strike. I said this before, I'll say it again. Kinneby looking to make every moment count this summer in the NECBL for the SwampBats. Looking for a new school. The 1-2 pitch. Struck him out, and the ball game is over. Todd Kinneby puts on the finaling touches for the SwampBats. They win 17-11 after such a ball game, and that will be it. We'll be right back here on the NECBL in Keene, New Hampshire.
SwampBats 17 runs on 25 hits. No errors, 15 men left on base. The Mountaineers 11 runs, 13 hits, 4 errors, 9 men left on base. When the pitcher, Andrew Levine, played for Todd Meade. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next home game will be tomorrow night. We host the North Shore Navigators. Good night. Please travel home safely and stay cool.
Back here at Alumni Field, where this exciting matchup has just wrapped up, and now we're going to head over to the sideline reporter in Andrew Hillsman to see if there's any other games around the league that has matched up to quite like this. Andrew, what you got for us out of town?
Well, Ryan, it's been quite the entertaining day in the NECBL. This game, 17-11, 3 hours and 54 minutes. Up over in Hartford, Vermont, the North Shore Navigators took down the Upper Valley Nighthawks 8-4. That was just under 3 hours. This game, of course, 17-11, and then Mystic fell to the Valley Blue Sox. That was also a 3.5-hour game, 7-4 in favor of the Blue Sox. Newport took down the Sanford Mainers in 3 hours and 24 minutes. That was 9-5 in favor of the two-time defending champions. And then the final game of the day at the Shark Tank on Martha's Vineyard finally saw their winning streak come to an end. Bristol beat them handily 10-3. That's all we've got here in the NECBL Out of Town scoreboard. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So, as we've seen, it was quite the eventful day around the league. But Rocco, I think this is one we won't forget.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I think I'll go through the rest of my broadcasting career, and I'll probably point back to this game as one of, if not the craziest baseball game that I've seen. I mean, 17-11 in a game that was 11-4 at one point, and then it was tied 11-11, and then Keene finishes with 6 unanswered, 25 total hits. Impossible to recap in the small number of time that we have, but 2 grand slams, 4 home runs. What else you need? I don't know.
I think the biggest thing about this game and how it got away from the Vermont Mountaineers late in the game was running out of pitching. They had no arms left. I mean, it was tough for them to even keep Cone Smith on the mound for as long as they did. He ran out of juice, and they just had no one left. And that's how Keene just took advantage after suffering a 7-run lead to them, and they ran out of arms.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation there with Colin Daniel trying to pitch through that 8th inning, and he did as best of a job he could, and he touched 88, so there's that positive. Colin Daniel, of course, we should probably focus on that, where he played center field tonight, played left field, switching in and out based upon it being a lefty or righty, hit a grand slam, and then pitched. What a night.
What a night.
What a night.
What a night, and something else we should focus on, definitely Todd Knibbie coming in for the SwampBats. After the momentum shifted, I don't know how many times in this one, but when Todd Knibbie came in, it just felt like, okay, the SwampBats had this one taken care of. They were only leading by 2 at that point, but he really just came in and shut the door.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to seeing where he ends up. As you said, he was in the portal, and I would expect that would be Power 4 school or a really good school calling his name, because that was phenomenal stuff. Struck out 5 of the first guys.
Nearly
5 of
an
the first
immaculate
5.
inning.
Nearly an immaculate inning. Throw 97 with nasty off speed. He's going to do big things. He's going to do great things. I look forward to seeing what he does.
Well, Rocco, it's going to be a heck of a summer because there's a lot more games left, but this was one we will remember for a long time.
That's for sure.
Well, thank you very much, folks. Thank you very much, folks, for watching this immaculate ball game. As from Rocco Pellegrino, I'm Ryan Fitzpatrick from the rest of our production crew. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching this presentation of ESPN, copyright the New England Collegiate Baseball League. Thank you very much, folks, and we will see you next time.